Hi. Welcome! Today we will watch the every single Warhammer 40k faction re-explained part 1. First of all, huge thank you to Bricky. I did email Bricky. This very cool person said, you can watch and react to my video, I'm fine with it. And he's totally very supportive and he's very sweet. If you like the video, please don't forget to check out Bricky and subscribe to his channel. He made all this amazing video essay. Literally 2 hours of video. I cannot imagine how long does it take for him to edit. So very poggy. This will be a deep diving video, which means we will read the chat, we will pause a lot, we will listen to you, and whenever I feel questions and I will ask, and we will do googling and researching on it. So it will be a whole morning of lecture, and if you pass out, I'm gonna yell at you. So wake up! Okay? And drink your water. Don't drink alcohol. I know it's weekend. Don't get drunk. Take care of yourself. 2-hour video gonna take 10 hours to get through. Oh, come on, man. It's not gonna be that bad. Also, forearmed Empire is worth of worshipping. Demon is just reflection of honest thought. Yeah, we're pretty cool. And just before the stream even start, people be like, Niner, you're already heretic because you are a demon. And I was like, but man, we're just honest to our desire, okay? We don't hide it because we do whatever the fuck we want. Isn't that more like a direct and a pure behavior? To be honest with your desire is what Demon would say to convince you. Succubus Code did. That's what I literally say every day. Yeah, I guess.
In the kind brightness of the far past, there was no war.
I'm so huge, by the way. Sorry. Also, he was on the Windows screen background. That is very friendly to see. The video is 5 years old, by the way. Yeah, internet treasure.
Galaxy was, for a long time, fairly empty and quiet.
Okay.
The first known species to appear during this time are known only as the Old Ones, cosmic entities that traveled across the galaxy with ease and seeded life through the stars. Shortly thereafter, a new species began to arise, the Necron tier, evolving under the heart.
Necron tiers. Don't pass out, wake up! I just started. What do you mean spamming sleepy emote?
Harshness of a devastatingly powerful star, the short-lived and irradiated Necron tier try to find the secret to eternal life and to be
okay, they're like the original Homo sapien, like what? The first species of the dark universe?
Freed from their terrible existence. As they expand through the stars, they find the Old Ones and they plead to them to share the secrets of the universe and grant them purchase from their short and painful existence.
Okay.
The Old Ones respond with a lol and a lamau, and with their
what did he just say? The Old One respond with lol and lamau. Sound like Halo so far? You can call them Necron. Okay. This is a new one, by the way. This is not the one from 5 years ago. People recommend to watch the new one compared to the... Oh, wait, we are watching the new one. Oh, sorry, I correct myself. We are not watching the 5-year-old one. We are watching the newer one with lesser meme, but more detailed through explanation, right? Yeah. And these are the first race. Got it.
Immense power, they force them back to their homeworld. The Necron tier, filled with rage and hatred, make it their duty to get revenge on the Old Ones. A revenge that would come swiftly as a chance encounter with other gods gave them a solution.
I'm already so confused. I'm 1 minute in. So there's this first kind of race called Necron, and they want to fight the Old One, and the Old One just laugh at them. Just, wait, and why they want to fight the gods now suddenly? They just born with rage and want to war everything? Actually, some theory in Necron is basically just super cancer, on a super cancer plant. The Old Ones say, go away, we won't help you. Oh, they just mad because the Old One said, yo, we won't help you, fuck off, yeah, you just little piece of ants to us. Basically, they got rejected and then they got mad. They lived in pain. Oh, they live on a cancer-like planet. Okay, that's why they're mad and they want help. their last hope for salvation was denied. Hate, that's why they're so hated. Oh, the only way to avoid depression is to hate. Oh, got it. Okay.
These other gods were known as the Votann, a race of highly powerful star-consuming entities.
Ooh.
Do not fear, young mortals, for
how big are they that eat the star? Do they eat star like cakes? They must be gigantic.
we, the Votann, will provide you with the immortality you seek. Come now, won't you shake a poor sinner's hand?
Yeah, let's take
Quoted
hands.
from Mephitron, the Deceiver. The Necrons here accepted the Cthulhu's offer of immortality, but believe it or not, this
Why do I think this Cthulhu guy doesn't sound that well? Why do he just give immortality to a bunch of people that's suffering? Sounds very suspicious. Immortality to suffering people, isn't that eternal suffer? That's not helping the problem.
turned out to be a ruse, a trick. The Votann crafted gigantic furnaces and began the process of biotransference. The Necron tier willingly walked line by line into the furnace engines made by gods who devour stars and had their souls consumed instead. The short-lived, irradiated, and cancer-inflicted race of the Necron tier ceased to be, and the immortal, soulless Necrons remained.
They become actually ghosts. They become actually reincarnated and immortalized. Very cool. Very big sentient gas cloud. He eat gas cloud. He's called the messenger before deceived. Oh no, they did help. They helped by turning them into like a ghost. Oh, maybe ghost doesn't feel pain anymore. Stun are basically sus meme, huh? Necron. So Necron are like ghosts right now. They turned from suffering species to immortalized ghost.
Now backed by the immense power of the Votann, the Necrons rally against the Old Ones, and the bitter conflict in the stars at this time.
Wait, they become Egyptian like robots? They become robots? Oh. Also become soulless shell. Oh, that's sad. That's very sad.
Time is known as the War in Heaven. Despite creating various races and entities to aid them in this battle, the Old Ones are overwhelmed and eradicated down to the last, due to the sheer power of the Votann fat off the souls of the Necron tier, and with an army of unthinkable robotic slaves at their behest.
Oh, and now the Necron serving the Votann too. They become his soldier.
However, the Votann are greedy, spiteful gods. And when there was no foe worth killing, they turn on each other.
Also, Votann are spiteful gods, so there are multiple Votanns. This is not one single entity. And also, to be fair, they only get infinite hunger after Necron trapped them in living metal, so it's kind of payback. Who got the infinite hunger? The Necron got infinite hunger or Votann?
Other. The Necrons then put their sights towards the Votann and lay waste to them, securing their freedom. The once subservient Necrons now control their former masters. Worn out and weakened by these wars, the Necrons under their leader Zarek, the Silent King, lie dormant with a plan to eventually wake and reclaim control over the galaxy.
I don't think that's gonna happen. Yeah, they wait for one day to reclaim control over the galaxy with what, your robot little body and soulless mind? They're like a species, I think. You have infinite anger. Wait, anger? Hunger! Eat something, feed yourself. The Votann got infinite hunger. Okay.
For millions of years, empires rise and they fall. The species created by the Old Ones have footholds over the galaxy, but on a pale blue dot, in the thick of all this conflict, humanity begins to evolve. And for the most part, the basic path of humanity's evolution remains the same as it is now for almost 15,000 years. Right now, in the 21st century, this is canon. You, right now, Twitch streamer reacting to this video.
He called me out! How did you know? Wait.
You you existed at a point in the Warhammer universe.
Me?
But with
Really?
time, humanity's ambition and the power of their technology becomes unmatched, and the golden age of expansion begins. Humanity starts to branch out through the stars with powerful tools used for agriculture, mining, and expansion.
Yeah, we're gonna conquer the galaxy. That's cool. Also, you know, Necron is so OP. The only reason they haven't taken over the galaxy currently is because not all of them are reawakened. What does reawakened mean? I thought their soulless mind followed that one god now as robots. They can reawake? Yo, but we are part of the Warhammer universe. That's cool. That's cool. Also, Catan are not themselves when they're hungry, and they have a sneaker bar. What? Huh? Wait, Catan are not themselves when they're hungry, so have a sneaker bar? Yeah, always don't be hungry. Always eat, so you don't lose your mind. They turned on their master and killed them. Oh. The Necro overthrew the Catan, but then they went out to sleep. I don't think I get to that part yet. He didn't talk about that part. This is introduction to the factions, and then we need to watch more lore. I think that's why I'm not getting that part yet. And yes, I'm watching a 2-hour video to learn about Warhammer. Yeah, what can you do?
Branches of humanity would eventually settle far away from Earth itself. And around this time, the psychic ability of humans are greatly expanded, and what we begin to know as psychers appear. But despite
Psyker! Yesterday, when we have a conversation, be like, what kind of superpower do you want if you can get one? I said I want the superpower of mind control and gaslighting. And people said, Niner, you can be a psyker. So this is psyker. Psyker happened among humans. Okay. Also, after biotransference, only upper class kept their personality and the rest are mindless robots. Yeah, that's what I got so far. After the god did that to them.
all the progress, things would begin to collapse. The machines created to aid humanity would turn on them in M23, an event known as the Cybernetic Revolt. And trade would begin to collapse due to the immaterial warp, aka actual hell, beginning to cause ruptures in space and time.
Hell? Doom?
These warp stones would separate.
Is Doom inspired from this?
Humanity, and this would be what is known as the Age of Strife. The warp, a sea of souls, storing all thought, emotion, and the souls of those who have passed on, begin fluctuating into something terrible.
Because you all said a lot of games and modern shows are inspired from Warhammer lores. I wonder how much connection we can see in here, you know? Also, after they defeated Catan, the Necron went to sleep and only a small portion of them have reawakened so far. Oh, maybe possible. 40k is way older than Doom, but really? Oh, there are a lot of Warhammer learn at first and now all of it makes sense. Yeah. That's me right now. That's why I ask a lot of questions. Okay, that's why chat exists. My favorite Necron is Trazen. I like the name Trazen. Sounded like a cracker's name. Trazen.
Far on the horizon, something horrendous was brewing. You see, the warp isn't just a random assortment of chaotic energy. It is fairly well organized thanks to those living in the galaxy. The warp itself acts as an afterlife of sorts, and the actions of the innumerable amount of creatures who live in the galaxy.
Oh no, I don't like this. Sounded like there will be evil, like tactical creature born in there, or like those space bugs, or what?
Manifested a pantheon of organized entities known as the Forces of Chaos. At their helm are three major entities: Khorne, Nurgle, and Tzeentch.
Khorne. His name is Khorne. Why don't you name yourself Chips? Sorry for laughing. Maybe he's super powerful. Sorry, my bad. I take it back. See, if you watch his older Warhammer lore video, you'd understand more. This video is kind of like him correcting some missing from the video. Oh no! But people said this video is a better video because it's more thorough and more updated. Man, Oh, well, we are in this one already. It's okay. We can watch this one and maybe go back to the older one. It's okay. We can always rewatch more. 40k hell is a lot conceptual than Doom hell. Ideas are shape, time, taste, and color is form is different dimension, work with different rules, but your soul goes there after death. Oh. Blood for blood god, skull for skull thorn. Corn! His name is Corn! Corn, Noel, and Zach.
However, a fourth one, Slaanesh, was about to be born. The ancient Eldar were one of the first species created by the Old Ones, and due to their extreme and unbridled excess, the birthing of Slaanesh...
Are they clowns? Clown fashion? Interesting choices of color.
...for a hole in the galaxy, and forever split the Eldar into those of the Craftworld, who sought to bring their species back together, and those of the Drukhari, who wish to continue what caused
this one looks cool. Drukhari.
The birth of Slaanesh in the first place. The birthing of this fourth chaos god settled the warp storms of the Imperium and ended the age of strife, but humanity was still fractured. So one man revealed himself and spearheaded an immense attempt to reunite all the fractured pieces of humanity. That man was the Emperor
the Doom guy
of mankind. After reclaiming the...
that's the Emperor. That's why you're saying Emperor. For the Emperor, the big E.
Nearly destroyed Earth, the Emperor embarked on the unification wars to unite humanity under the banner of the Imperium of Man. However, due to the very long and devastating impact of the Age of Strife, humanity as we know it is not the same.
That's why y'all really like the Emperor, because he's human. For the Emperor, he's the strongest human of mankind. Also, Harlequin are the elder history keeper, but they're clowns? They're claws that retell the history in the interpretive dance. Oh, okay. I see. Lot of stuff in general to make a video through covered everything would be near impossible. I agree. They're too much. They're too much to cover in 2 hours even. He's the greatest psyker.
To conquer Earth, the Emperor would need more than mere men. Great beings, known as the Thunder Warriors, were recruited by the Emperor to reclaim the Earth with ease. But these warriors are a blunt tool and had, overstayed their welcome. He would need something better, and that solution would be known as the Space Marines.
I like when he talks, he's really passionate, like Bricky. I can hear the passion from his voice. So, Space Marine are the soldier for the Empire.
Superhuman soldiers that will have the skill and cunning exponentially greater than the mortal man. These new warriors would be commanded by an elite group of his very own sons known as the Primarchs. Unfortunately, though, Daddy didn't charge the baby monitor, and his 18 sons would be stolen.
Why 18 suddenly? What happened to the other 2?
By the forces of chaos and scattered across the galaxy.
What? They just took his son? Big Empire is OP, but dear Lord, his terrible father. Sound like it. He doesn't even track his own child. Big E is really good at child care game. I don't think so. Somehow 18 got 20 turned into 18 in one blink. 2 just died. They are stripped from records. What? They got lost in a trash can? He's a great storyteller. I agree. Number of sun is funky. What do you mean number of sun can be funky? Like one day is 20 sun, another day is 18, depends on the mood. Space Marine is also psychologically different from regular people. Yeah, sound like they are more buffed physically and all that.
This would begin the Great Crusade, a monumental task to take back the stars in the name of humanity and reclaim the lost Primarch sons. However, he would need the fires of industry to make this happen. Looking to the distant cousins of Mars, the Emperor signed a treaty with the technologically irradiated hellscape of the Red Planet and allowed the cult of the machine god, the Mechanicum, to supply his crusade.
I just see so much similarity in here. Like it's on Mars. Well, he get a big fucking gun here too. Space Marine is psychologically different from regular people. They're very tall. 2 got deleted from record, so that went from 20 to 18. Technically it's 19, but 1 is 2 half. What? 1 is 2 halves? They may show up in future? Who knows? Maybe.
While Space Marines were the tip of the spear, their numbers pale to the vast might of the Imperial Army and Navy, the Astra Militarum, and their seemingly endless numbers make up the bulk of the fighting force for humanity, supplied by the intelligence and prowess of various agents of the Imperium, such as rogue traders and assassins.
Ooh, we
Due
played
to
the
the
rogue
lack
trader.
of connectivity between the worlds, what a society had become over thousands of years became mysterious and varied. Tools once used for harvesting and agriculture now are being used as machines of war in the form of Imperial Knights. Some of these fractures of humanity would even be changed further and become unrecognizable to the average human, with differences
You're
in
telling me all these robot-looking things are actually human, and they fight for the Empire. Oh. Okay, the tabletop game, the other 2 sons will create your own marine faction, but it was a failure in the game, so they removed it. So for the lore, they said the 2 of the sons did something heinous and they got removed. I wonder what they did. They're not look like human at all. They don't have the flesh. Everything turned robotic in this galaxy.
size,
Like
skin
Necron is also robotic?
color, appendages. Cat ears, sometimes.
Cat ears?
Some would go so far to become their own galactic societies, like the miners of the galactic core and their immense supercomputers.
Ooh, miner of galactic core with all that suit and armor? That would be cool. Rock.
Forming the leagues of Votann. After an incredible amount of effort and books, the lost sons of the Emperor would be reunited, and the Imperium of Man
Really?
would be firmly established.
Really?
This, however, would not last.
Is this a whole story of finding where his son is? Chat, this is gonna take a long time. We're only 9 minutes in and we're 1 hour into the stream. What the heck? Difference between wearing a suit and being a robot. Okay, so they still have their bone and flesh underneath. It's the technology they use. I got it. There are alpharets and alpharets. I pronounce those exactly the same.
Intentional or accidental, the Emperor would not reveal to his sons the true nature of the galaxy and the terrors of the warp. And this oversight would result in one of the most impactful wars in humanity's history. The favorite son of the Emperor, Horus, would fall to
Horus. I like that too.
the powers of chaos and turn on his father. This betrayal, this backstabbing, this heresy, this Horus heresy would result in a split in the Imperium with devastating consequences.
I like the eyeball thing. I don't know why I keep repeating seeing eyeball here, but I like it. Look at all the eyeball on my hair. We love the eyeball. We are like 5% into story. It's okay. Horus heresy.
Half of the Emperor's loyal sons would fall to chaos and become the Chaos Space Marines, along with the forces of the Dark Mechanicum and the Chaos Knights. The conflict would result in the absolute obliteration of Horus and the physical death of the Emperor himself.
The son killed the father. Dramatic. Mechanium originated on Mars, where the Void Dragon is imprisoned, which is one of the Catan. So yeah, they're Necron inspired. Oh, their armor might be are Necron inspired. You got like 40 years of learning to pack into the stream. Man, I'm trying to pack 40 years into 3 hours, okay? Physical death, the Empire soul still lives. Look like his head is gone here. I'm not sure. It's all bones that I see.
Near dead body of the Emperor will be placed on the golden throne to serve as a beacon of humanity.
Look at that! It's all bone! And his face is replaced by a machine looking thing. Man, but he's still alive?
allow for the continued ability to travel the stars, protected by his most loyal, the Adeptus Custodes. The Imperium would be vulnerable during this age of rebirth, and Terra would find itself under siege by one of the most formidable species in the galaxy, the Orcs. As time went on...
Oh, Orcs. He's almost dead. Oh, by the son and by the children. His throne is fully life support system for him now. Yes, I guess including everything. Oxygen, feeding.
And memories of the Emperor's vision began to fade. The Emperor would become less of a head of state and more of a religious figure. And the Imperium would change to reflect this.
And by this time, they still didn't get Earth back, right? They wanna get Earth back, but still haven't got it back.
Leadership on a planet would be at the behest of the High Lords of Terra, and their actions would be courtesy of the incomparable power and authority of the Inquisition. The zealots of the Imperium would intensify and create a...
But they got Earth back already, long time ago? Yeah, I thought they're doing all this Space Marine to get Earth back is already back. The Earth was very started, they never lost Earth. Oh my god, okay, this is so complicated. I'm trying my best. Oh, Earth is the same as Terra. Is Terra the Earth?
Brand new era known as the Age of Apostasy. And this ecclesiarchal command of the Imperium would end up with one of the strongest fighting forces of Terra, the Adeptus Sororitas.
Adeptus Sororitas. Pretty lady.
Over time,
Earth equals Terra. Ah, okay. So only thing keep Big E alive is Golden Throne and sacrifice of 1,000 sacred soul a day. You need to sacrifice 1,000 people for him to be alive? Is he worth that much? Terra is Latin Earth. Oh, pretty name. The sorority, look at all the pretty cute ladies. Also, no Earths have been humanitized. The big ego was to unite all humanity that's stuck on the rest of galaxy. Ah. Oh, no wonder y'all like him. Now I'm understanding more.
This age would come to pass, and we would approach the 40th millennium of Warhammer 40,000.
40,000? Important
Which,
face?
you guessed it, would come with its own form of problems. A primitive species once found during a recon mission would be able to evolve in relative secrecy for 6,000 years, becoming a highly advanced coalition of aliens known as the Tau Empire. And if the threats of the galaxy weren't bad enough,
Tau Empire sound Asian.
there are threats from outside the galaxy, as a monster has begun to...
Yeah, what happened to the Chaos God? What happened to the warps? I wanna see Corn. Where's Corn?
Wrap its tendrils around the Milky Way. The Tyranids, monsters that serve a psychic hive mind and present tactics previously unseen in the Milky Way.
Where's my people? Where are the demon people? Is he even the same person after consuming 1,000 souls? I think really depends on how he is consuming 1,000 souls. Like, does he has conscience? He's consuming it? Does he has guilt and moral? Or if none of those exist, if for him it's just like drinking coffee, then I think it's the same person. Also, if he's not alive, Wargate opens or consume the solar system. So he exists like a doorstop. Technically, he's a doorstop. Chaos stuff is still around. That's 1,000 soul per day, right? People need to make babies hardcore in this universe. Like, honestly, to support the Empire, you better make a lot of babies. It's like feeding coal to a fire. In the lore, his conscience has been broken into hundreds of shards. Oh, then he's fine. He's not changing. He's just drinking coffee. He doesn't feel all the conscience. Then he's not going mind-breaking and insane, I think. Also, Korn is enjoying the show. I'm enjoying the show too. But I want to meet the Korn and the gods. Chaotic gods are not necessarily a physical being. Oh, they're not. They're influence and personalities, but there isn't official representation of them. Most art you see of the chaotic god are like fan art. So Korn is not physical. Oh man.
Direct assault with their monstrous bug-like presence, or through the more covert gene stealer cults. The presence of yet another threat in the galaxy is proving to be overwhelming to the Imperium. In the 41st millennium, there is no...
Are these orcs? And in the world, maybe they have capsule to make more human. Yeah, they better pump out human babies every every second, just pa for the Empire. Empire is also massive. Losing 1,000 people per day is nothing. I can imagine that. Humans are bred like rabbits, so there are trillions upon trillions through the galaxy. I feel bad for the lady in this world views, and damn, how ooh, they must be used to serve all this war, to serve all the Empire need, to serve as machines. Kind of sad. Bricky talk more about Demon, I think, in the first few video. Maybe he will talk about Demon more. I'm patiently waiting. That is Gazgo, Urak, Taraka. That's the name. Workers are the mushroom people. How do you get 1,000 human per day? That's a lot of human being consumed. It's not nowhere near that bad, really. No force, the human just get on it for the sake of getting on it. Yeah, in the end, we are human anyway.
Among the stars. At any point, your life can and will be threatened by the Xenos races uncountable, or by the arch enemy of chaos within, or by the decroded terror that is the Imperium itself. It is to live in the cruelest and most bloody regime imaginable. Forget the power of technology and science, or the safety of promise and understanding.
So 40k is the most chaotic time.
For in the grim darkness of the far future, there is only war.
War! Oh, that's why it's called Warhammer. War! Part 1. We read the title just now.
A fantastic job once again, Mr. Kurz, the Night Haunter himself. Oh.
What is going on here? He's losing his mind. Why don't you look up how many people are born a day right now, Niner? True, good idea. Wait, let me Google that. How many people are born a day? 367,000 babies are born each day worldwide. That's a lot. Okay, that's a lot. I can see we gave 1,000 to the Empire. It's not an impossible number. That's like 0. Okay. That's like 1% out of 300. Not bad. We can do it. Then times the number by 1 million world. Oh, that's a lot of human. That is 7B, and now times 10 to 100 of trillions. People can just breed normally and it's enough to serve the Empire. Okay. The population are just that high. There are like millions of planets. I get it now. Okay, chat, thank you for clearing my mind, because I start to feel bad in there. I thought they are in not a lot of populations and they need to hardcore reproduce and all that. Warhammer 40k is dystopia. So far, I have not seen a happy thing in here yet. The more people there to have babies, the more people are born and exponential growth. But how rare are the cycles? He only needs the cycle, isn't it? Keep in mind, Warhammer, you have a dozen of planets. True. I mean, cycles, not everyone is one, right? Night is grimdark, so you probably won't see any happy shit. Okay.
Didn't you love that, my faithful audience? Once again, we have another criminal over the course of 6 hours break every single bone in his body. And with that, once again, our glorious leader has brought the crime rate to 0%. Always brought to you here on the Strawman News. I'm your host, Bricky. Thank you once again for joining us. Our top stories for tonight. The weather forecast appears to be rainy with extra dark. So
Me too. I've been having rainy days for like a whole week of rain.
You pack those extra batteries for your lamp packs. And of course, let's not forget the fantastic gang violence problem we're currently having. Oh, I'm sorry. What's that? Oh, right. It's gone.
Really? Violence is going down. Niner also get any ideas of heroes out of your mind? Everyone is bad when they don't seem like it. Okay, I kind of like that. I like that. Also a bit more than normally. Still need to make enough baby to supply the armies. True, they are indeed at the war. And they have a lot of human resource needed. Everyone is being used as either a machine or a tool. I guess all for the Empire? Oh, for the Empire? There is one funny character that's friend with a space marine, but his origin also pretty sad. Oh, every human can be a psyker. You either have to unlock your potential or born with a power. Every human? Okay, I realized the more I learn, maybe the lesser problematic it sound for the Empire to consume 1,000 human per day. Sorry, 1,000 psyker per day. Seem like we have a supply chain. We could be a psyker.
It's looking to be a chilly one tonight as well, so make sure your skin capes are nice and tight.
Ouch! Ouch!
Wait, hold on, one moment. No. Adamantium reserves have tripled?
What is adamantium?
I'm sorry.
Is that a rock? Love yourself. Oh, he's hugging a rock.
Harm rates have gone down to 0%.
Wow.
The Night Hunter smiled?
What?
No. This could only mean one thing.
What's going on?
It is the Strawman News' great privilege to bring some color back in your life with the brand new 3-part Gamer Subs drop exclusively on this here news network.
Yeah, buy the
That's
Gamer
right,
Sub
your
drop.
esteemed host Bricky, myself, is dropping a 3-part Gamer Subs release for pre
Who is that woman? I want a Bricky face here.
order available now and only for a couple of weeks.
Yeah, Gamer
Not
Sub.
only does it include a completely brand new artwork reskin of the Sweet 6-pack flavor, one of the highest selling flavors in the entirety of Gamer Subs, but it also comes with the first ever all over print Gamer Subs 32-ounce jug. And if that isn't enough for you, if the phenomenal drink and drink holder is not enough for you, we have a desk mat to go along with it.
Wow,
that's right,
everything.
the Herculean look of the brand new Sweet 6-pack
Damn big woman. I like big woman.
is here. We're still looking at muscles beyond belief, but this time we're talking taste, we're talking Atlas, we're talking smooth. And if that wasn't enough, I, your co-host specifically, should you pre-order all 3 of these items, will personally hand sign a note for you, thanking you for supporting this network. All of this you can receive for 10% off if you go down in the description of this video and click the link, or go to GamerSubs.
Guys, I'm hydration chat.
.com/Bricky
Drink
and
your
use
water.
code Bricky. Save 10% off with code Bricky. Bring some color back into your life and increase production across the board for our glorious leader, the Night Hunter. Thank you.
Who is the Night Hunter though? Why do the rate drop to 0 when they smile? I don't get that part. Also, Conrad Kurz is my favorite. He's like to help blind children. Oh, he sounds nice. He must do something horrifying other than that. Why do I have so many eyes? I collect the eyeball for my hobby. Get your water to chat. Drink your water.
Gamer Subs for sponsoring the Strawman News. And let us move on to our next scheduled program. 5 years ago, I made every Warhammer 40k faction explained. A passion project of mine.
Conrad Kurz, he's one of the Primarchs. He's the Empire terror weapon. He's one only Primarch who have empathy and turned it into weapon. He is the Night Sounder.
Mine for a universe that I enjoyed so much. Its main purpose was to be a drawbridge, the separation between the layman who had only ever seen the big armored blue man situated neatly next to a Wetzel's Pretzels, and then the hardcore Warhammer lore nerd.
Yeah.
That was just too wide, and there was nothing bridging these two together. Since 2020, Warhammer has exploded in popularity thanks to COVID, quality game updates, and a few excellent video games.
I think thanks to you too. Bricky been making great video and also help with populating the Warhammer thing. I'm learning from him.
And a couple mini-series. The sheer volume of people who have told me they have purchased miniatures due to that video alone makes me feel as if Games Workshop owes me commission. However, that video is incomplete. I was not a casual fan, but I was also not a hardcore lore junkie. In the 5 years since that video's release, multiple channels have sprouted up, and the drawbridge between casual to the obsessed has never been wider.
Oh, this is why he explaining he's making a new video for the retalk and the re-explain on the Warhammer faction.
Or easier to traverse. Even I myself have been a part of Adeptus Ridiculous, a podcast teaching lore in a much simpler and condensed form.
Yeah,
needless to say, I've
simple.
learned a lot. Warhammer is so much more than just spaceman shoots big gun. It is also
more
grown substantially from its origins, being a Warhammer fantasy spin-off just in space. Now, it is a black library filled with immensely deep characters, difficult themes, and even some tear-jerking stories. It is a backdrop for 1,000,000 stories over 1,000,000 worlds, and I did not see its true depth in 2020.
That's beautiful.
But now, I'd like to share what I've learned. We just had a brief summary of the world and each faction that takes place during it. And we did that because to truly understand each faction, we must understand what makes them the way they are. And to do so, we need to begin in chronological order, discussing their origins, their culture, their powers, and of course, what makes them oh so grimdark. So let's begin with the group that started it all and sing praise to the Infinite Empire.
the big E.
As mentioned before, the Necrons here were the original form of the Necrons.
So now we start with Necron officially. Got it. Also, every human has ability to become psyker. Really? But earlier I just read somebody said that when you become a psyker, it has to be genetic. Yeah, either you're born or not. There's a story of a person unlocking their potential. Interesting. Also, Adeptus Ridiculous is one of my favorite podcasts. Informative, but it's entertaining over accuracy. As long as enjoyable, you know? The Necrons, the big N. And everything in Warhammer is made to make you believe and think the plastic model you bought is worth $40, $1,800 if you want a really big plastic model. Couple days ago, I saw Brad, one person in my community. They made their Warhammer figurine to be pink and the magic girl looking. I found it to be so adorable. Has little yellow star, pink cape, and it's so cute. If I found a picture again, I need to pin that image.
Alien race far away from us that live short, painful lives due to the irradiation of their star. Normally, this would manifest as like a sort of cancer, a space cancer of sorts. The Necrons are very much inspired by the ancient Egyptian aesthetic, but unlike the windswept dunes commonly associated
So they are still humanoid, I see here.
With it, the irradiated hellscape the Necrons here endured was far from picturesque. This also translates into their hierarchy. They are a race of nobles and peasants. Most of the peasants would often live for their very short amount of time.
I see. So they have a very serious social system. Classes. I guess people really follow the classes. If you're born a peasant, that's it. GG. Let me lower this so we don't cover Bricky's face.
Only a couple of decades, while the nobles tended to have better care and would live a little bit longer, but still far less than the average lifespan of a human, even today in the 21st century. The leader of the Necrons was Zarek, the Silent King. He was the one who took the deal with the Votann and the
So a mute? Oh, he's the one turned everybody in Necron to robots?
Deceiver. Of course, he wasn't aware of the fact that they were known as the Deceiver at the time, but the whole species was blinded by hate after being debased by the Old Ones on their quest to cure their illness. The sheer pain that underwent the Necron race can't be understated, as their fear was manic. The Votann are, of course, gods that eat.
I have a question. So still, after they being turned by the Votanns, do they still feel the pain or they better? Are they actually being helped? Necron is your favorite? They're Egyptian space terminators? Oh, cool.
Stars, and when the leader of your species tells you to march into the gigantic green furnaces to ascend to immortality, you
And there's like, they have to listen because of the social hierarchy, right? Man, that's so sad. You have to just go for the furnace even if you don't wanna.
March. The scenes from these are long lines of both the peasantry and nobles.
Yeah, peasantry and nobles, they just go through it. Kinda the Silent King decision to listen to Votann. They don't have soul, just memory, and the programs, they're undead. There is so no pain now. They're just robot. But also no good feeling either. Ah, so sad.
Watching their loved ones in a frantic act to save their own lives. Many of them already inflicted in the late stages of this space cancer, some of them crawling into the biotransference furnaces, trying to outrace death itself, without realizing death was the one who made these to begin with. What came out the other side was a soulless husk.
This is not saving them, this just turn them into another kind of feelingless suffering.
And I say that literally. A soul is not an abstract concept like it is in our world, an immaterial version of oneself discussed and debated in religion and philosophy. No, in Warhammer, a soul is a real, tangible item of oneself.
I see.
And the Votann basically were just like,
he got a free buffet for himself. Yeah, Votann just wanna have a huge lunch, that's it. Oh my. Technically they were helped, but not all the way they wanted at the cost of their soul. So their soul is being munched. They're still living in a robot body.
To every single person who went in their furnaces. If you were a peasant, you came out a Necron warrior, and you as an individual have ceased to be.
Hi Zap, hi.
You have no mind, you have no soul, and your body, as you know it, is made of an extremely advanced mass of re-knitting living metal known as...
But he's still piloting the body. Oh, what's the purpose of continuous living like this then?
Necrodermis. You cannot think for yourself, for you do not have a brain to think with. All you do now is await protocols from your overlords, which are the nobles who came out of the furnaces with their minds intact.
I see.
Not their souls, mind you.
Their soul is also eaten by the K guy. The K guy. Karan? How to say his name? Karan? Stan is fun eating star before they discovered how tasty souls are. And they get souls so easily. Like they have just automatically soul feeding machines right here. Like free food. Necron didn't know it will happen. True. They got tricked, right? They are like, their soul becomes a sneaker chocolate bar. Yeah. Yeah.
But their minds are very much intact. These nobles now have command protocols, and they are able to command all of their peasantry and do with them whatever they wish. Zarek, the
Votann? Some people say Votann, some people say Stan. Votann or Stan? Yeah. They were blinded by the opportunity of immortality. The moment somebody offers you immortality is the moment I would start to question it. I don't believe any price is giving us a free loot. They'll come with consequences.
Silent King is the most advanced of all the Necrons, a perfect metallic version of himself with incredible power and intelligence. His strength allowed him to lead the undead and the unthinking armies of the Necrons to battle against the Votann when they were at their weakest.
Can they get their soul back if they beat Votann? Maybe get it back from his digesting system? I don't know. They had cancer, their entire species, but still this might not be the only best choice they can take, or is it? Well, they made the choice anyway, there is no going back. What do you think of Egyptian Space Terminator soul taste like? Maybe it tastes like chocolate mint bar pickle.
Due to their incessant infighting and then win back their freedom. But gods cannot die. So in reality, what occurred is the Votann were shattered into thousands of pieces, and each shard of their god was trapped in a stasis vault and mind controlled to do the bidding.
Wow, they actually shattered the Votann. Wow.
Of the Necrons they once enslaved. The biggest challenge they face now are actually the upstarts of the galaxy. The Eldar and the Orcs were quite prominent, and as you can imagine, a galactic war really
swords.
takes its toll on the joints, or I guess the servos. It was in their best interest to wait out the galactic rise of the other races and come back at a more opportune time. So they went into stasis.
Do they still want to conquer the galaxy without their soul? Why? Why do they still want war? Why can't they just find a place and grow some potatoes? Two gods were killed and the reality is permanently scarred. Wow, they actually killed God. I'm quite happy for them. No happy ending. They're all fucked. Their soul is gone. Mint pickles sound awful. Yeah, that's how I imagine their soul will taste like. They were dying in droves and suffering and ending cancer and pain. Yeah. Feel bad.
Via these massive tomb complexes hidden beneath various worlds, biding their time until it was once again their opportunity to rule the galaxy.
They want to rule again after all of that. They want what they believe to be their empire back. I see. It's wired into their protocol. Imagine you lost your soul and your mind, you still have to fight. I would just go grow potato or tomato.
Zarek, the Silent King, as penance for his failure to his people, exiled himself into the darkness between stars for the next 60 million years, with his perfect memory a constant reminder of the doom he inflicted upon his people. Flash forward to the modern day, and the Necrons are...
He must also feel bad. I don't know. He must also feel guilty or something. He inflicted all this pain and gave their soul away.
Reawakening, but it isn't working as well as it could be. Whether the tomb world is reawakened naturally or by some imperial moron stepping on a green glowing rock, the Necrons have come back to reclaim a galaxy they consider rightly theirs. But 60 million years of hypersleep have taken their toll. Many Necron dynasties awake with systems unrestored and huge swaths of their population's minds completely lost. Necron...
Like, what else do you expect after wake up after millions of years? You don't lose your mind. You just be like, yo, another happy wake day. Oh my, it's a Monday. Happy for them. Isn't killing God like bad for the universe? They got their revenge. I'm happy for them, you know? In the end, you don't think from the macro big scope of the universe. I would think from individual perspective. Everyone living in their own small world and community. As long as you got your revenge, I'm fucking happy for you. You ask if they could get their soul back? I don't think they can get their soul back. I cannot get my lunch back after you eat it. Yeah, maybe the god digest slowly. What's the point of growing potato if you cannot eat them? Give them away for free. Also, considering a happy end is genuinely a waste of energy, it's okay. I understand that now.
Nobles wake with various mental faculties compromised, sometimes exhibiting traits similar to excessive paranoia, schizophrenia, or even dementia. One notable Necron, Nemesaur Zandrek, believes
they're just old grandpas waking up and try to conquer the universe. But they're so strong, they shatter the god. They have a strong power military force.
He is still back on his home planet fighting off separatists and interlopers. See, Oberyn, the separatists come, attempting to outflank me as they did at the 4th Battle of Vindach. How they calculate that dogging themselves green and roaring like savages will produce a different outcome, I cannot fathom. But it is of no account. Ready, my legions. Another glorious victory shall soon be ours. Other individuals, such as the esteemed Imhotep the Stormlord, seek to usurp the newly returned Silent King for rightful ruler over the Necron race, believing his time...
I think Necron have a strong chance.
...has come to an...
After I learn about all the other factions, then I will say that. I cannot be sure now. NINERxNINE 40k, I will be mistaken as a demon. Yeah, people been saying I will be heretic, which I don't fight it, sure. Also, one thing with 40k is species could reach understanding, but they choose not to. Yeah, they choose war and resentment and hatred. Space Marine will stomp them. Oh, yeah, the strong human.
end, while scientists and archaeologists like Trazen the Infinite and Orikin the Diviner spend thousands of years bickering over artifacts and petty squabbles. Truly, the Necrons are a faction of unthinkable, unimaginable power, held back entirely by their own hubris and 60 million years of stasis. It is a species that does not know of time, only of the ravages brought by it.
That's so sad. It's like after all of that, hatred and war is locked in their genetic, so they have to continue.
Of a dynasty may just be as frightened to awake completely mad as they are to be assassinated while they sleep. Thousands of years pass in an instant. There is a play, like an opera play, a retelling of the war in heaven in the Necron culture that takes 40 years to witness, because
40
why
years?
leave? You have no need to eat or vacate your bowels.
True.
You are immortal.
That's why they don't grow potatoes, man. Did we learn the warp yet? I learned that there is a chaotic god in there, and then there are 3 of them. One of them, their name is Corn. The rest I forgot. I bet they will show up again. Get off my lawn or I will fire my Death Star laser. Necron are the arguable strongest faction with the best technology, but there is a lot of infighting between the different dynasties. There are also internal war, man.
But you are soulless. Despite the Necrons' incredible technology, their mastery over time, reality itself, despite all of this.
I mean, they are the oldest species, right? They have the best technology, but they lost their soul.
They still are missing a soul. And therein lies the biggest struggle. Most Necrons look to conquest the galaxy, kill the interlopers like the humans, Eldar, and orcs that scrape at a fraction of their power. But the end goal for many, including Zarek himself, is to return the souls to their bodies.
But how? Like the soul is being munched. They be gone already. They beat the gods. Yeah, they shattered it. I remember.
To undo the horrible fate he cast upon them. This is not the interest of all. Many simply wish to rule their dynasty with an iron fist.
Question, is there any good god in here? Maybe like a friendly one, you know? And then they can restore the soul.
And kill all they consider unworthy. But to many others, it is to undo the decision that doomed them all. Before they can do that, there is a pest that needs exterminating. That is the fundamental understanding of the Necrons.
Oh, I have an idea. If souls are physical, why can't they just take other soul and put it inside their body? Right? The souls are physical object in this universe. There are less evil god, but not really good ones. Also, time isn't linear path in the warp. Everything that ever happened is happening now, so it's possible but the Necron cannot go in the warp. Oh, souls go to the warp, but they don't have a soul, so they cannot go into the warp. Is that the reason? It might still be in the warp, so that they can retrieve it if they found a reason and a way to go into the warp.
They are so hyper advanced that their science borders on magic. They play with the fundamental aspects of reality and time. Their mastery of the physical galaxy is the strongest in the universe. Their weapons reduce people to the barest molecules, and they have devices capable.
They can melt us into dust. Just pah.
Causing stars to supernova. They are
they literally have the Death Star laser.
Unfathomably difficult to kill, as if you do fell one of their number, the living metal reknits itself and the reanimation protocols allow it to come back alive once again. They're masters of teleportation, and often killing a Necron fully will just have its consciousness translocated back to their tomb world to await reassembly. Normally they utilize large phalanxes of warriors and honorary combats, but
they're the best soldiers and unkillable, fine technology, and great quantity. Wow, very, very strong. Also, you cannot get other soul because it's not your soul. Stealing other people's soul is something that Necron are considering. I'm considering that for them, but I don't have a source on that. I see. The dark elder way of solving problems. Their demonic procession talk niner, you fit in well with Iron Warrior. Like I said before, I never think I'm a friendly, nice being. If I'm born in this universe, I will be very great with problem solving. I don't care much about moral. I will just problem solve. Sound a little bit edgy. Ew. Anyway, I would focus on getting their soul back. Doesn't matter the method. There are also 4 gods now, but Korn, Nurgle, Tazek, and Slanek. There are 4 of them? I thought there are 3. He talked about 3. Oh, there's a 4th one. Oh, okay. Tazek. Am I saying that right?
Some of them have fallen to various mind viruses. The destroyer cults are hell-bent on killing anything and everyone that lives with an overwhelming force. And then there's the flayed ones. Necrons cursed with, I have no mouth and I must scream.
I have no mouth and I must scream. What?
Panic attack virus as the last laugh of Landogo, the Flayer Catan. Slowly losing their minds, they strip apart their foes and adorn their bodies with the skin of their enemies, trying to better return to their old feelings of flesh and blood.
Oh, they just want to feel the skin and the worm and the flesh again. Oh.
The Necrons are a degraded version of their mighty empire and still one of the biggest threats in the galaxy. The only thing keeping them at bay currently is their awakening sickness and their infighting with no care to the timeline. But they are coming. And slowly, they plan to rid this galaxy of the vermin that inhabit it.
Well, they owned it before. They just want to reclaim it. They think it's their land anyway. Also, the Celestial Aura is literally the weak side compared to other weapons they used during the war in heaven. The true monster stuff was destroyed. It's destroyed? How? By who? How you say it is Tzentek? Stenzek? That's how you say it? The 4th god? If one thing I learned about Niner is that she likes chopping off balls of zombie. Okay, let's not talk about what I did in other video game. There are also my list along the other 4 chaos god. So there are 5? There are 4 in total, right? 4?
People shackled the stars and broke mortality when the species you sprang from had barely left the slime pools it spawned in. Our wars burned reality, and the dominion of our kings is without limit. The ground you tread on is not yours. It is ours.
See, that's their belief. They believe it is their land. That's why they're fighting for it. I support you, okay? Try your best. I don't know. Maybe you can get it back.
The war in heaven was a catastrophic time for the galaxy, and as stated in the above quote, burned reality. Of course, souls exist in Warhammer, and in the case of the Necron tier, they were consumed by the star gods. This begs the question, however, if you were to pass on, expire,
Star God, oh, the K dude, okay.
As one might put it, where would your soul go? The answer to this is
I thought their soul become feces of the star god. Is zinc? I just said zinc, either zinc or chink. Got it. There are 4 major and a whole bunch of minor gods in the warp. Ooh. Imagine be friend or not friend, or just have association with all of them. Be among them. Also, my list doesn't exist. My list is a minor demon with great PR. PR? Okay, they're PR in Warhammer. I will be a great potato farmer. Yes, I will. Thank you for recognizing that. We are not talking about Necrons anymore. Now we are talking about souls in general. Got it.
Is the warp. In Warhammer, a soul is real. And so is hell. The afterlife, the Imperium, the Sea of Souls, the Immaterium. All of these names refer to the dimension parallel to our own known as the warp.
Now, so if they found a way to go to the warp, it's possible for them to retrieve their soul because time is parallel in there.
The warp is not like our reality.
Is it?
It does not follow the classic normalcy of time and space. It is defined as the Sea of Souls, and it acts like this in a more literal way than you can realize. To imagine the warp is to imagine the sea itself. Hell is real, and you can surf on it. It has a current and can become more dangerous depending on where you go and how bad the weather is.
Okay.
As the Immaterium is a reflection of our reality and of our souls, all thoughts, all emotions, all feeling that goes with a soul is passed on into the warp. If an
So soul is physical, feeling is physical, and they all exist within the warp. I'm learning about Warhammer, and I'm learning so much. I spent 2 hours learning about 30 minutes of video. But I'm progressing. Trajan is probably my favorite Necro character, not gonna lie. I haven't know about single characters that well yet. Now I'm learning more as a groups, like a faction. But eventually we will get there. Also know for the Necrons, their soul have been eaten by the K. I just call him the K now, the Star God. It doesn't exist. But how can they get their soul again? That's their pure goal. They have 2 goals for the Necron. One is counter back and conquer back their own land. They believe they own the galaxy. Another one is they want their soul back. And there are so many souls in the warps and time is parallel. Maybe they can go back in there, find the soul. No. When the traitor legion who hide in warp, they remember the Horus heresy. If it happened yesterday, their real place is been 10,000 years since the Horus heresy. Time is weird in the warp. No, they cannot get it. They're not physical, but metapsychical. We cannot see it or touch it, but it's still real. It's real. There's no way to get it. So it's an impossible dream for the Necron that they are chasing.
entire planet decides it's going to engage in a blood-fueled rampage of murder and gore, then the warp around
Biscuit
that
Blitzen
planet
asked me, please pronounce the name of the Sorcerer Chaos God for Niner.
Yes, please.
I shall do so for the sake of aiding their understanding of the Warhammer universe.
Yes.
It is pronounced as Tzeentch. Maintain vigilance. For Tzeentch is the Chaos God of change, manipulation, and deceit. Knowledge of such entities must be handled with caution. Stay true to the Emperor, and may your faith remain unshaken.
Okay, you all stay true to the Empire. I'm gonna wait until I see my demon people, okay? I'm not gonna say Empire is best yet. I'm gonna wait. Also, their souls are annihilated like taco. Yeah, they're being digested already.
Rampage of murder and gore, then the warp around that planet will be affected in a similar manner. It's not something that you can see. It is a parallel, not perpendicular dimension. But it is changing. To expose oneself to the warp for any period of time invites certain death outside of the most iron-willed of individuals, and to stare into it will drive one mad.
So if you steer into the warp, you will just go crazy. Then it's impossible to go in there and retrieve the souls. Then warp is basically manifestation of living beings' thoughts, feelings, and desires. I see. Okay. They're teaching me how to pronounce it, and I forgot it already. Oh my god. Okay. What did they say? Tease. I feel so bad. Teach.
Like the open seas, things dwell in the warp. Whether these beings were always there and were just emboldened by the carnage of the galaxy, we can only speculate at. At a time, you could say it was more calm. But a certain faction's galactic war in heaven didn't do it any favors. Now the warp is turbulent, and its realms belong to a pantheon of gods known simply as
Chaos.
The forces of chaos are
It's okay. Bricky gonna teach me.
beings that serve directly under their patron deity. There are 4 current gods of chaos at the moment: Khorne, Tzeentch, Nurgle, and Slaanesh.
Khorne, Tzeentch, Nurgle, and Slash. I like the Slaanesh one already. I don't know what they are, but they are pink.
Each of them represent various facets of and emotions of sentient species and play a great game against one another for total control over
I like games.
their realms. Interestingly enough, while their disciples have physical forms we can understand, the Chaos Gods do not have a physical visual that you can perceive in reality. So while there are tons of fantastic fan art, we do not know what they truly look like.
I
though
see.
they are conveniently color-coded.
I like is a pink one. Yeah, I'm learning, chat. Don't forget, this is my first time watching Warhammer related stuff. First day, I'm taking it very slowly. And I try to read every chat as possible so I can learn combined. And we can deep dive this. Also, depending on how the warp feels that day, you can be fine or turn inside out or thrown into realm of Chrome or... Ow. Ooh. Sound like a very moody creature. I did say you were a Slaanesh demon? Really? Do they have demon? Is that where demon is?
The god of blood and murder, carnage and slaughter. He is the one who is most powered by the wholesale killing of any living thing. For Khorne cares not.
I mean, I love at his name. His name is Khorne. Why not be chips? Why not be potato? God of blood and killing. Okay? Papa Nurgle will love me very much. Real? If he loves me, I will love him back.
From where the blood flows. With a sacred number of 8, he is the lord of all things involving killing and blood and gore. The champions are extremely strong as well, with monumental muscles and extremely large weapons. A true analog to Khorne would be his greater demon, the Bloodthirster. An enormous, muscle-bound flying devil with an axe so large it splits tanks in a single swing. They move...
I don't know. It's just a demon-looking thing with big sword. Can they really fight Necron? Sure. Pretty cool.
Move into battle with armor of brass adorned by the skulls of their foes and pools of freshly spilt blood. This may appear to be quite frightening, of course. Demonic.
One is bloodthirsty, another one is filled with anger and revenge and want to conquer their land. Which one is stronger? Which hatred is stronger? Milk for the cornflakes? Papa Nurgle loves everyone. Oh, he sounds nice. Their magic and shit also is physically very resilient. I see. I'm telling you, chat, if I get great power from whatever source, I'm gonna become a potato farmer in the end. Okay, I will not use the power to harm people, but I will just find a small place to grow potato. And I like a Slaanesh so far, without even knowing who he is. It's perfect. Well, I will know about him soon.
One might say. But in the world of chaos, all emotions feed one of these gods in one way or another. If you were to define Khorne with single words, you would use blood, carnage, murder, skulls. But you'd be missing out on important ones like...
He sounded like those demons from Rick and Morty who really like BDSM and like piercing. If you see Rick and Morty episode, you know what I'm talking about. Those demons that wearing leather stuff and have their face removed and they be like, yes, blood, yes, more pain. Sounded like that.
Strength, honor, prowess, courage, and skill. Khorne is not just about the wholesale slaughter of people. He is about the honor and power of martial combat. The true
martial combat, okay.
Strength there is in besting someone in physical strength and skill. Of course, a murderer would be someone who would feed Khorne.
So do physical, well, like if you're physically strong, maybe you will be respected by this group, no? Trust me, I think Slaanesh really fits me. We will see.
But a soldier could feed Khorne. A martial artist or professional fighter could feed Khorne. A warrior, good or bad, feeds Khorne. A diplomat does not. A premier soldier does. A GoFundMe does not. This is what leads many mortals down the path of Khorne, for he will bless those that bring him enough skulls. And in a world this destructive, there are many ways to reap a high tally for him. Prepare the dread claws and unchain the mad ones. Glorious battle awaits us today, for the world below has refused to surrender. Let us descend upon them with fury and rage, giving no quarter and sparing only those warriors who fight well enough to earn a place amongst us. As to the rest, their lives and possessions are ours, but their skulls are for Khorne.
Oh, this is giving me goosebumps. He's like boosting up my my hormones. It's like playing, like watching Dragon Ball, right? The more you hear it, the more be like, let's fucking go. Like that kind of feeling. Give him all the skulls. Korn will never stab you in the back, it's just 1000 times in the face. He's more about fighting and straightforward fight. Yeah, martial art, physical power, blood, and all that. They love the orcs, but orcs don't care. Like, what do you mean they love the orcs? As pet or as companion?
Normally, if I ever want to explain Korn, I just kind of show him this clip.
I'd never stab you in the back, Shepard. Warriors like you and me, straight to the face.
Ooh.
Moving on,
Ooh, okay, I like that. They're justified warrior and they just crave fight and blood. Okay, I like that.
Is the second god, the god of trickery and mischief, the changer of ways, the great conspirator and the architect of fate.
He has a hole on his belly.
With a sacred number of 9, Tzeentch is truly the god of change in all of its forms, but there is an obvious undercurrent of mischief and cunning. Tzeentch is such a liar that his pants have gone thermonuclear.
Huh?
What
is that?
His favorite pastime is asking questions that have no answers while simultaneously making up answers on the spot to a question.
Yo, professional gaslighter! Bricky is really good at finding quotes. Yeah. Also, quotes really hit the spot. Korn love orcs because orcs cannot do anything else but crave fighting. It's pure. Also, orcs' entire lifestyle is anthem to the Korn. They're worshipping different gods though. I see. They got the electro boom clip in there. I was like, oh.
Didn't ask.
Have you ever had a dream that you want him to do you so much you could do anything?
Oh,
he is such a conniving little bastard that every emotion of lying, of scheming, of trickery is a direct way to help feed him. An unfaithful
So he would eat on trickery and lies. He will like me too, chat. Like we can provide good gaslighting to feed him, provide him light snacks.
Partner, a politician, a spy. All these people feed Tzeentch in one way or another, and it doesn't matter if the intentions are good. Acceptance does not feed Tzeentch. Change does. Tzeentch doesn't care about your facts. He only wants opinions. Because
he's so fun! Think is so fun!
he represents change, he also represents hope, though. Schemes are not always bad.
Oh well, who cares about hopes? This guy is basically manifesting the superpower you wanted. Yeah, this is the superpower I wanted, chat. Y'all be like, Niner, what superpower you wanted? Like this, like zinc.
And even the hope to make a better tomorrow is the change he seeks. Because he is the architect of fate and the mastery of sorcery, his presence is purely unknowable. Every depiction of a Tzeentchian demon contains more eyes than are necessary and more mouths than I know what to do with. It is a biblically accurate angel if the angel gaslit you into thinking birds are government drones.
Oh, we also have a lot of eyes. Interesting. Zinc is the most chaotic of chaotic gods. Zinc is also the only chaotic god to actively mess with you. That's part of their greater plan. Who knows what? For getting snacks. That's the plan. That's it. He just wanna eat on some of the fun ideas. God of gaslighting, you know. Zinc is a person tries to manipulate you into bad situation because they found it interesting entertainment. I agree with this one. I like this one. And you'll be like, Niner, you're gonna like the fourth one. I forgot the name already. So much thing we learned in so little time. The pink one, the pink text. The demon one. But so far I really like the zinc.
But are they? The creatures at his disposal adorn themselves with the knowledge of sorceries and the unknown, all to provide a mind-crushing experience. Fighting demons from outside of our reality is difficult enough, but fighting demons from unreality, purposely attempting to trick you, is a whole new thing.
Yeah, it's all the mind game. Slanesh. Yeah, chat said I will be part of Slanesh and I will really like that. I don't know. Think he's also got the judge the great game because he's god of change. He cannot win because that's not change. He makes sure nobody can win the game. He's balancing everything, and there is no right or wrong, win or lose. Everything is just gray area. God of gaslighting. Ooh, I like him.
Entirely, and that is before we even get started on the gigantic bird of sorcery you're going to need to face. Do not ask which creature screams in the night. Do not question who waits for you in the shadow. It is my cry that wakes you in the night, and my body that crouches in the shadow. I am Tzeentch, and you are the puppet that dances to my tune.
I like that so much, Zinc. Yes, I'm gonna become a fangirl for the Zinc so far. Yeah, Zinc is so cool. Welcome to the Empire Children and the Slanesh Court. Yes.
The Chaos Gods is the one of acceptance of rot and pestilence. The grandfather himself, Papa Nurgle. Nurgle is the exact opposite of Tzeentch.
Ew. I say ew because it's ew. I don't like bugs and I don't like stinky stuff, which they're both of them on this picture.
Where Tzeentch believes in change and hope for a future, Nurgle believes in stagnation and the end of everything. At one point or another, we will all decay.
True.
We will all rot and we will all end. And with a sacred number of 7, every single thing, pestilence, boil, and everything in between comes under the great shadow and girth of Nurgle himself.
Because we become rotten meat and Papa Nurgle owns us? Zinc has close to win with great game. They let Nurgle and Chrome beat him to his part of the warp, and if he wins, there's no more scheming. True. Also, I don't know what is a great game yet. Zinc also have very cool marines. Wait, they are skateboard into battle. That's fun. Nurgle is only Chaos God with a wife. He has a wife? What do you mean he's cuddly? He's literally melting and smelly. Nurgle is super happy though. Really?
For Nurgle, the plight of mortals is his fear and wine. And no matter how solid life might be,
while he drink, he must be happy, chat.
Everything will decay in the end. In the creation of life, there must be an end.
True, maybe he's happy because he just wait for it. Other gods have be like, Chrome have be like, oh, I have to get the skulls, the blood. And Zinc has to be like, I want a trick, I want to have events ongoing. And Nurgle just wait. Because everything eventually decay. Everything will go to him eventually no matter what. That's the cycle. Man, I mean, he got a wife in a jar. An elf wife. And she's actually really hot. Yo, chat, this is some ugly bastard plot with a hot woman. I've seen this a lot. Everywhere else with this tag. The great game is basically 4 Chaos God fighting against each other to win. I see. Nurgle has immortal elf godness wife he tested his disease on. Alright, is that really a wife or is that like a kidnapped elf for experiments? Godness of health and fertility. I have so many questions. He stole her? Well,
to that life. And nobody has more creations to end lives than Grandfather Nurgle himself. Every boil, every blemish, every
my least favorite right here, Nurgle.
pus-filled wound and disease, every rot and every plague is kept and concocted by Nurgle.
He sounded lazy and stinky because he said everything will rot in the end. You know, I'm the ultimate ending. Yes, you are right, but come on, man, take a shower.
Humorously keeps Nurgle as a jovial god. He is full of life and laughter, and by creating as many diseases as he possibly can, he shares that joy with mortals.
Aww.
I mean, his envoy is the Great Unclean One, and look at how happy he is.
Ew, this is why chat don't shower. You'd be like, if I don't shower, I become happier. Also, she's so hot because she has a fever due to all the Nurgle illness. Okay, she sounded like a experimental object. less testing is more showing her his newest creation because he's proud of his hobby, creating illness. I got it. He represents peace, passing away at the end of suffering. Rot and plague. He also calls her wife. Who are we to tell him otherwise? Wife in a jar, I guess.
And there's a lot.
Nurgle is the true peak gamer form, chat. When you don't shower long enough, you become happy. Don't do whatever he does with the wife thing, okay? It's kind of not okay. Doesn't sound fun at all.
A lot of him to love. A fear of death in general is feeding Nurgle. All disease makes him stronger, but to pray for salvation for a wounded loved one is to feed Nurgle. The timeless and inevitable fear that one day you will rot and decay is what gives him strength. The Peloton won't feed Nurgle. Licking the doorknob on a public bathroom certainly does. However, should you embrace...
So literally, if you don't wash your hand, you are feeding Nurgle.
your grandfather's gifts, you may find an end to your pain. Maybe. All mortal followers of the Chaos Gods found themselves there in one way or another, either through the direct worship or the slow corrupting of their souls. But those that take Nurgle's gifts and embrace the decay of their bodies may end up being chosen among his few as a faithful servant. In doing so, you will be free of the pain caused by Nurgle's ailments, and you may even find yourself just as jovial and happy as he is.
Oh, look at his mantis is shaking. He's so happy. And chubby and green and stinky.
Maybe. His enemies shall wither and die. His allies shall wither and die. The universe and all within it shall wither and die. And when the great
they will all wither from the illness and the stinkiness. I like that.
Corruption has settled over the land and permeated the very foundations of reality itself, then shall the Lord of all rise from the rot and ruin, spread his arms wide to reclaim all of his dutiful children.
We are all Papa Urgo's child. Also, the explanation will come with Slaanesh. Let's see the fourth one you're talking about. Be like, Niners, that one will fit you.
Were the three major chaos gods for a very long time, emboldened by war and death on a galactic scale, ever present, but now fact on the suffering of a galaxy. One race, for a while, was able to elude the pull of chaos, an advanced race of psychically attuned aliens whose master over the physical world was so strong that chaos could not glean from them the morsels of power they once had. Or so they couldn't. Not for a long while. 60 million years ago, in an attempt
Is it human?
to combat the Necrons and Votann, the old ones made a new species. One with innate power in the warp and the ability to harness it with a mastery
Power in the warp. Oh, interesting.
that was unseen by so many others. A mastery so powerful, the Necrons retreated to sleep in order to wait it out. It was no longer a galaxy to be ruled by them, but instead begin the age of the...
Began the age of what? ELA? What is this word? I cannot read it. Elder. Oh, I think began the age of Elder. Eldar.
The Eldar are a race of pointed-eared humanoids that are all psychically attuned to the warp. If we're being meta here, these are space elves, and these elves ruled the galaxy in the time the Necrons went to sleep and humanity.
I don't know. I always have a very high opinion on the elf. I never liked the concept of elf, chat. I agree with my mod. We have a shared hatred on elf. They're just cocky. I don't like cocky creatures. Alright? The elder space elf, space tree huggers. They look way better back then. They, like right here. They look like clowns. They dress in clown-colored suits right here. Also, people on the planet asking for shower and Rotigas, demon of Nurgle, made it rain so everyone turned putrid and swampy, ruined the planet. Oh, ew. Ew, you are perfect Slaanesh demons. Why would you all keep saying that? Why would you all keep saying I'm perfect Slaanesh demon? I don't like elf. I hate them. They're cocky bitches.
that are all psychically attuned to the warp. If we're being meta here, these are space elves, and these elves ruled the galaxy in the time the Necrons went to sleep and humanity began to rise. The Eldar's empire was galaxy-wide and lasted for longer than any other galactic power that we know of. Their understanding of all things was exceptional.
Oh, they're saying their spaceship is quite elegant. You see that? This thing? Elegant looking though. Eldar are different from other fantasy elves. Let's see. The picture doesn't represent all the Eldar. Okay. Let's keep watching. The clown colored is a faction of Eldar known as Hero Queen, Space Digester. Haha. Okay.
Power that we know of. Their understanding of all things was exceptional. With every single one of them being psychers, they had the ability to master
they're all psychers.
the warp and use it to their advantage. See, being a psyker is basically like being a wizard, or I guess in this case it's more of a sorcerer, since you are born with the gifts as opposed to learning them. In order to utilize your psychic abilities, however, you must then reach into the other dimension.
Psychic abilities. So it's not only changing mind. Do they actually have superpower?
Into the warp, into hell for that power. So if you were to say, cast fireball, your mind would reach into the warp.
Like Warframe? Like the void power in Warframe? Exo dice are separate factions of Eldar that keep their soul away from Slaanesh, decide to go back to primitive living of farming and forging, also dino riding. Oh, peaceful farmers? Okay, respect. So you can make lightning, fireball, break tank. Oh, I see. So it's pure magic. Okay, interesting. The more I learn about Psyker, the more stronger they grow to be. Okay.
Gather the strength to rewrite reality to then cast fireball. Now, you might think to yourself, doesn't that mean if you are opening up a power to the warp, you may create a lot of risk to yourself because of all the horrible things we
maybe the chaos can get into your mind, right?
Talked about in the warp?
Maybe?
Yes!
It's a two-way tunnel, right?
However, in Warhammer 40k, willpower is a real, tangible thing, in the sense that in its own right, it can be weaponized. Being strong of will means being strong of soul, and being strong of soul means you can resist the pull of the warp that much more. A more inexperienced psyker opens up a hole into the warp that is large, and that hole widens to get more power, allowing evil things to get in. A powerful psyker is able to open a very small hole, but with immense force to get the same amount of power with less risk.
So smart. Warframe Void is inspired by the warp, but warp is way more chaotic. Oh, so many things are inspired by Warhammer. That's crazy. I should have said most beings are connected to the warp. Okay. Yeah, I'm smart.
Eldar are master psychers. Every single one of them can call upon the warp, and over millions of years they have perfected it so much so that they can weave structures out of it. In some species in the galaxy, they utilize the warp itself for interstellar travel. The Eldar ain't having any of that noise. How about we utilize a fancy alternative mode of travel that is substantially safer than the old ones created, called the webway?
What do you mean? They use warp to travel? They gather and pull out energy from it? What do you mean make a machine from warp?
Dying. Miss me with that. We no longer age. And if we do, we can just be
elf.
reborn like that. Food, water, materials, we make things out of distilled warp essence itself.
They literally pull product out of the warp energy.
We sing unreality into cathedrals to dine in. What truly could the Eldari Empire possibly fear?
I don't know. I pray they fear something. Okay, I don't like Eldar. I hope something is stepping on their stones and making them miserable.
The Eldari Empire's biggest fear was themselves. The society...
The freaking explanation of being cocky. Yo, my biggest fear is myself. What the fuck?
So perfect they wanted for naught, and this led them down dark and dangerous paths. When the base functions of society are no longer a problem for you, you tend to experiment. Perhaps the medium rare steak on your plate would be better if it was elf meat. Hey, I'm not saying we should
Wait, what do you mean elf meat?
make cannibalism legal, but like
They're eating their friends. I mean companions. They're making cannibalism illegal? Elf? Eating elf?
what's the issue?
The ultimate formula of being egotistic. Like, I won't eat other meat even. I will just eat my own species meat. Yes, because we are the best.
With a little taste. Violent sports is one thing, but how come we don't do sports to the death? I mean, I'm just saying, like, if both participants are willing and clear about it, like, what really is the problem there, you know? Art is in the eye of the viewer, and what is considered art is completely up to the concept of...
Ooh, this freaking elf needs some war. Let them fight the Necron.
One's own interest. A canvas adorned with the blood of a man wronged is truly the vision.
They're being so twisted with how comfortable they are. They cannot die anyway. If they die, they just rebirth. So cannibalism is a lot less bad. Sure, but they have so much time. Dude, grow some potato.
Visual poetry that our society needs. Hedonism. With a slow and consistent hedonism, the Eldar slid backwards into debauchery of the sort I cannot discuss on this YouTube video. Murder on stage, delicacies and drugs distilled from one another, the trade of slaves.
They sound like those spoiled people that have nothing else to do but just do drug, do cannibalism, do art with their friends' blood. Necron is still sleeping, so cannot fight them yet. Okay, I really want something to fight them right now. This is triggering me to hear it. Nah, they don't need to fight anyone after what happened to them. Okay, let's see. Is something horrifying gonna happen to them? Instead of growing potato, can we grow sweet potato? Yeah, we can also grow tomato.
And concubines, and much worse. The Eldar physiology has their emotions heightened, and they can feel more than a human does.
I'm just saying, tomato farming will fix everything, okay? Give you good mental, good valuable resources, and you can give it to others for free. It's a good action to do when you have a lot of power.
So while it can provide lows of pure despair, it can also provide greater highs than you have ever known. And swinging between the two of them was the Eldar game. The Warp took notice of this heavily, and it began to react. On a galactic scale, the debauchery and the hedonism of the Eldar race caused levels of warp storm so pronounced and so volatile that it cut off interstellar travel for all those who used it. Communications between planets was removed, and a nightmarish era of Old Night began. This continued for thousands of years, hundreds.
Old Knights, who are they? They will get humbled soon. Let's see. Eldar are growing a big, very bad potato they're gonna have to deal with. Yeah, they become the big bad potato. Everyone is gonna face extinction. Yeah, they're quite overpowering with something from here. Also, we are slowly gaslighting Niner into becoming a farmer. Maybe I just have it in my blood.
Of thousands of years. The Eldar all but removed from the problems being caused as they entered heights of more and more ecstasy. They needed more and
They
more.
just need more and more dopamine.
More and more. Nothing was ever enough. More murder, more torture. It's art, it's delicacies, it's life. This silence offends Slanesh.
Lanesh.
Wait.
Lanesh? Who's Lanesh?
Slanesh, the prince.
Oh, Slanesh. Oh, this is the one Chad's been telling me since 2 hours ago. Be like, Niner, this is you. You're gonna like this, Niner. You're part of this. I'm gonna watch this now and judge.
of pleasure, she who thirsts, the god of unspeakable excess, is our fourth chaos god with the sacred number of 6 adorning their title. Slaanesh is a bit of a tricky one because with our other 3 chaos gods, there was a certain understanding of—
I have to be real. The other 3 chaos god, although they are chaos god, but they're quite pure, right? One is want the blood and the skull, and another one just want trickery and events, and the third one just want rotting and illness and disease. Like they all want very pure things. I think they're pure, beautiful creature. Is that creature? Systems? Pure systems? I like that.
Human emotions and desires, but for Slaanesh, that desire is how they get their power. The words to be used would be decadence, pleasure, perfection, passion, excess, and many others. The pursuit of more, the want to do more, experience more, become.
Oh, okay, that one is hitting. That one is hitting. Yeah, always want more and more experience, and all that is kind of hitting. God of exercise and pleasure. Okay.
More. That's what gives Slaanesh their gifts. A lot of people believe that Slaanesh is something that originates with sex, specifically, and it makes sense why they assume that. The visuals of Slaanesh patrons are all very lithe and sexual, but they are also intentionally androgynous to appear attractive to a variety of intrigues. However, to think that Slaanesh specifically derives from sex would be mistaken. While it is true—
Isn't it so simplified to only put it as sex? I think it's pleasure from overall of everything. Necron is still much better. Okay, let's learn about this one more, a little bit more.
A lot of humanity's actions can relate to getting laid, and Slaanesh is the dark prince of desire. It's more on the lines of feeling an excess of an emotion. It is excessive touch and scent and desire, and a lot of that has to do with sex. That's why it looks like sex, but it's more than just that. A patron of the arts may feed Slaanesh.
Like any physical or mentally satisfying actions, right? Like pleasure, ecstasy can come from so many things. Okay, on this level then, Slaanesh is a little bit mutually connected to the freaking elf. Although I don't like those elf a lot. I don't like them. I hate those elder thing. But both are chasing this pleasure, isn't it? Oversimplified sex accurately, yeah, everything that make you happy. Yeah, much more. People tend to oversimplify Slaanesh as just core. I don't think that's just it.
Aspires to become the perfect chef or master of their craft, and
it's much more than gooning. You can get satisfaction and mental ecstasy from so many things. Like even you beating video games. That's so simple, but that's mental ecstasy, the momentum of you feeling the rush, right? Don't only think about the blood rush down there. There's so many blood rush can happen. Still little gooning or seeking perfection. Okay, there are good and bad aspect of all the chaos god, but galaxy is so messed up. The bad overpower is the good. Yeah, who cares? I don't think whatever we define as bad matters here. There is no bad or good. Things just exist as how they are, as facts. Everyone is chasing different desire and pure decisions, either revenge, hatred, miserable tricks, pleasures, whatever they want. They're not bad. They just want it, they chase it, that's it. Also, overindulgence can come to many forms. True, yeah, very true. And they need all that to survive as well, right? Like the corn dude really want blood and the skull, that's what he feed on. There are Slaanesh Marine who are weapon is instrument, they shake their enemy atom apart with how loud they are. That's so fun.
Your pursuit of that alone will feed Slaanesh. Whiplash is Slaanesh's absolute favorite film. Videos where people beat Elden Ring on a dance pad feed Slaanesh.
I watched that. What? I watch people beat Elden Ring on a dance pad. Okay, look, I'm pink. This is original Niner. Okay, the only reason I'm showing a tanned version because I can and I wanna, and because it's summer. But OG Niner is always pink. I do feel connected with the slash thing.
There are no two words in the
Slaanesh.
English language more harmful than good job.
But is there a line?
No, man, no.
This also moves into the concept of feeling. Sensation is a majorly Slaanesh-coded thing. It might start off feeling good, but then you get to play around a little bit, you know? You play with a little bit of pain. Light pain might not be enough, so you might want more. Or inflicting the pain could be your jam. Music can increase to volumes that may hurt your ears, and even then that might not be enough. More. You must have more.
Yes, never enough. I don't know. I like this. I like this too. It's up to person to decide what they want to do overindulge with. The pursuit of perfection of your craft. Yeah, I like the ecstasy. I love pleasure. The food, exercise, pain, sex thing. I really like them. Is it too late to mention Tizak also have some pink demon of his own? Really?
Many of the disciples of Slaanesh carry a demonic form in their lithe grace. The Keeper of Secrets is his chosen envoy, and their movements are a blur of dance and pain with an aura all the more fatal. They dance and sing, but there's always a form of malice behind every action they take. An alluring gaze that will pull you in right before the demonic entity can crush you in that grip.
They also like eye contact. I love eye contact. I transformed. I showed you my true form. This is Niner 1.0. This is where everything began. Slaanesh will want you to like this. You are giving in.
Slaanesh's palace has 6 layers
Too
surrounding
late.
it, and one
I
of
gave
them
you
is
already?
the excess of gluttony, where the participant finds themselves in a beautiful banquet full of the most delicious foods imaginable, tables of delicacies, and
But I want the layers below this. I don't only want food, sex, and all that. I want the deepest layer of pleasure. I want that one that can break my mind and just make me say, that's fucking it. Okay? I don't want the surface level of this. Is it
of
deeper?
wine tempt the user to such a degree that they cannot stop stuffing their face, unaware that the things they are eating are very vaguely familiar meat. If one does not see themselves drowning in the river of wine, they may soon fill their bodies up so much that they cease to function and fall over, becoming part of the banquet themselves. That is
Nice.
one of these 6 layers of Slaanesh's palace. This was the ecstasy that the Eldar civilization indulged in for millennia, and did so at a monumental scale that they created a god from it.
Oh, wait. So Slaanesh is created from the Eldar people. Oh, okay. Pin is a kinky thing to have. Well, then you might actually reach her palace. There's a palace in the center only for those who don't accept any of previous layer as enough. I don't even know that exists. I just know I want to get it into the deeper core of it, not the freaking sex and food and pain. There's something deeper. Give me the pure ecstasy. Make my mind just fucking twisted into little braids and let me just drown into that and never fucking be conscious ever again. Sorry, too much. But yes, I want the center of this. No, you don't. The lowest level of realm of Slaanesh is Slaanesh themselves. Too beautiful to look at. Evil instantly drive you crazy. Oh, sad. Okay. Never enough for Slaanesh. Eventually, your sense die from excesses and you will seek more. Well, okay. But we'll see how far we can go if this is possible.
Find pleasure in every moment. Indulge in every whim. Let lesser races feel the burden of their crude lives. We are beyond such concerns or worries. Every power is ours to use. Every sensation ours to experience. We are truly masters of the galaxy, and all others exist only to satisfy our curiosity.
Well, who cares about the galaxy? Everything is just pure toys and enjoyment for us to play in our finger. I like this concept.
We have earned our position of power. Let us forever taste the fruits of such achievement. Time itself is ours to command. We are eternal. With the birth of Slaanesh, the Eldari Empire ceased to be. A catastrophic event so horrible that the warp ripped a hole permanently in our reality. A fissure forever known as the Eye of Terror. With the sudden
Once Slaanesh has you, there's no more saying no to anything. Well, you know, I keep saying no to anything, everything and anything because nothing can really make me feel like it's strong enough to say yes. And no desire or pleasure or goal or task in life to be like, yeah, I will just do that. I always reject it in the first sight. But something as hopeful as Slaanesh, also my stomach is rumbling. I might need some snacking. So maybe I will just say yes to it. Their thought and desire created Slaanesh. Ah, well, I hate the elf people, but at least they create something beautiful from it. I have to give them that. There's a sand pill that make people sleepy. If you go into sleepy, turn the sand and eat forever. They all sound like a beautiful ending, no? I learned something about Niner today anyway.
Revelation of this god's largest breath, the Eldari souls are a currency to be now collected by she who thirsts. Trillions of Eldar died in an instant.
Wow.
Slaanesh gorging on their souls to satisfy his palate. 99.9% of their entire species died, and the rest are doomed to a fate worse than death. For Slaanesh now stakes a claim on each and every Eldar soul. From the moment they pass on, an eternity of torment awaits them.
They can just play with them now. Eternity torments. Ah, eternity of torments.
Meaning Eldar devote their entire lives to stopping this eventuality. Their dying race so devoted to saving themselves from the Dark Prince. And, in doing so, have found very creative ways.
What does it say? I cannot read this text. It's very difficult. The Craftworld Eldar. Interesting font.
In the modern world of Warhammer...
So they evolved. What do you mean? They were still Eldars or you're freaking elf still? I think Niner just a Slaanesh demon. I think chat is right. I do like them.
The Craftworld Eldar are the main force of Eldar in the galaxy and represent the elf style that many think of when you think elves in space. Fantasy elves in space, not those elves. We'll get to them. A Craftworld is a monumentally large starship, the size of a continent.
This one look like a mushroom starship. Those are just various factions within the Elder race. Okay, so they got a new Elder race, devolved way weaker than their older version. Ah, well, after all that saying, they maybe should learn to be a little bit humble, okay? Being a cocky bitch, I think this is the first time I curse in today's stream. I'm gonna use it on the damn Eldars. I'm not gonna say they deserve it, but you know, they had it coming. They had just happened to be fair enough away on the trade vessel to not get consumed, reject lust and embrace empire. She's trying to pull us in with my potato. My potato? Will you join me if I give you potato every day? They're super psyker and were eaten by Slaanesh. Ah.
That acts as a form of flotilla. During the highest reaches of hedonism, many Eldar saw the demonic writing on the wall and began to try and seek asylum from their own debauchery. Those Eldar left on monumental craft worlds into the far reaches of the galaxy and saved themselves from Slaanesh's awakening. The main thing the Craftworld Eldar seek is to temper their minds and bodies in a way that will never allow them to slide back into their old ways. The representation
never allow them to slide back their to old ways. So no more painting with blood. How can you stop that? Sustain your desire? They did it to themselves, to be honest. They had it coming. Yeah, they reject Egyptian space terminator for the win. Wait. They become like monk? Corruption free? How do you do that?
Is that of a more feudal Japanese motif. Eldar
they become Japanese?
follow paths as they age. The path of the warrior, the seer, the poet, the diplomat, the bone singer, and so on. These paths are a strict code of conduct to hone the heightened Eldar psychology down a school of thought and action. And if it sounds a hell of a lot like Bushido, well, you're damn right. Here's a medal and a soul stone. Don't lose it or an eternity of torment awaits you. Going through these paths will allow you to take
to become high moral and a high sustained system, the community. The system themselves. And they create a lot of rules. They follow the path, only dedicated and do one thing at a time. Never mix hobbies. Got it. And for 1 potato a day, you can have my soul? Really? And I can do everything with it?
A role in Eldar society, but keep your mind clear from the past worries that plagued them. Every Eldar is technically a psyker, however, very few of them actually utilize their psychic powers for fear of tempting she who thirsts. A large amount of emphasis is also put on ancestors of the Eldar and learning from them the farther you go down a path. This can sometimes be seen by the large variety of jewels adoring the armor of Eldar.
Oh, I like their new fashion. It's still very dramatic, but I like them. They're less coloring though.
Those are called soul stones, the biggest middle finger to Slaanesh they can think of. See, when an Eldar dies, these stones act as a backup, and instead of their souls going to Slaanesh, they are then trapped and stored in this little stone. So when the Eldar say they commune with their ancestors, they mean so very literally, as the spirit and soul.
Oh, they just carry their grandfather on their jacket. Be like, you man, pause for a bit. I'm just gonna ask my grandfather, okay, about this math question. You know, he'll know much more than me. That's so useful. That's so neat. Like better than AI.
All of generations before them are stored here. Often larger structures may contain vast amounts of soul stones, such as the Infinity Circuit in the Craftworld itself, allowing the souls of the dead to help power their enormous starship. The young do not desire the discipline of the path, but rather their curiosity drives them to try every fruit from the tree. Thus, it is that so many take the path of wandering or the path of damnation in their first years of adulthood. And so, the great tragedy of our kind is played out again and again as the number of our people shrink from generation to generation.
They learned their lesson. Well, from that, what I'm reading, they learned their lesson. Turn your grandpa into necklace kind of behavior? True! A huge room with soulstone that used as a living library. Do they still have conscience in the soulstone? Soulstone are made from the fossilized soul from the moment Slaanesh was born. They're hollow remnants of their ancestors. I see. Wait, is your grandpa living in the soulstone or not? He has conscience in there, right? Yeah, they do? Okay, that's nice. That's fun.
These paths, when completed, allow an Eldar to move to the next.
So they trap their soul in order for them to not go to that Slaanesh. Yeah, in order for them not to go to Slaanesh. Okay, smart damn freaking elf.
Then the next one. However, since this is the grim darkness of the world, many of these paths rely on combat. The Eldar actually had gods at one point. Cain, Vol, Isha, Azaryan, and so on. These gods are aspects of the Eldar pantheon, and while many were killed in Slaanesh's creation, their teachings live on. For some,
so even Slaanesh killed their god. Ooh, huge punishment. It's like a place where your soul can chill and not be taken by Slaanesh. I kind of respect that. There's a problem, they solve the problem by creating some stone for their grandpa. Good problem solving. And yeah, they're still at their souls, they still know and remembering everything. Yeah, portable families, basically, on your jacket.
Strongest devotion to the Eldar god.
But ew, also an Eldar mom can yell at you for eternally. If you have a really naggy Eldar mom, she will never fade away. She will just be there and nag you. Yeah,
is to join the Aspect Warriors and embody the wrath of Cain, their god of war. While Guardians of the Eldar Craftworlds are more akin to a trained militia, the Aspect Warriors embody a particular variant of the path. Each are led by a Phoenix Lord, a name passed down from generations and embodying the souls of prior Phoenix Lords with each new one. The Howling Banshees led by Jane Czar, Fugin and his Fire Dragons, Baharoth and his Swooping Hawks, or Malgan Ra and his Dark Reaper.
Damn, are these all the Eldar? They look quite different. The jar is a meme for where Nurgle has Isha. Okay, the wife is got it. Killed most of them. Isha was taken by Nurgle. Broken Cain and the Loving God backflip away after tell the Pensionnel were dumb. They also created PS2 memory card where their soul is in it. If mom starts shouting, put her in a closet somewhere. Yeah, lock her in a cabinet. Tell her, Mom, calm down, or I'm gonna lock you in the closet for like another 20 years. Also not sure if can handle being stuck with anyone for all eternity. Well, at least we are the one can choose, right? To be who we stuck with. We can choose which stone we bring with us.
Each aspect shrine carries with it the Eldar way of war. Fast, hard-hitting, and incredibly tricksy. For they do not have the numbers to fight in any other way. The Craftworld Eldar show how mangled an empire can be by their own actions. They once ruled the galaxy in an honest, non-hyperbolic way. But in the end, they were bested by themselves. And their
like how they want it to be. Those egotistic, cocky, freaking space elves deserve it.
most prominent remnants are forced to drift aimlessly through the galaxy, trying to save their species from extinction and resist the temptations of she who thirsts.
See, now do you feel guilty and empathy for them after everything they've been through? Do you be like, oh, poor them, they learned to be a better way? I don't, because I know once they get a chance, and if the freaking Slanesh never were born, they will go back to exactly the same goddamn cocky way they are. Fuck elves. Also, Niner, would you wanna be stuck in a soulstone with chat forever? Just put me in a cabinet.
But for some, the party, it's just beginning.
So what, the Drukhari? Okay, pee break, chat, pee break. Niner, pee break, I will be right back. And I need a stretch. We've been watching this for 3-4 hours. And we are 50% into the video, okay? Pee break. Drukhari. Okay, we will come back to Drukhari. Go stretch your leg. Be right back, chat. You know, one thing I realized... I'm back. I got some water too. One thing I realized about YouTube chat is very interesting. And I really enjoy it. Because YouTube chat talk to each other. And I found it really cute. And they will ask about each other's day. And they will be like... talk about, oh, did you drink some alcohol tonight? Oh, yes, I did. What did you drink? Like, they will talk to each other. It's called Drukhari. Drukhari, the dark elf, space dark elf. I suppose it is. I think you will definitely be able to impress Niner with growing potato skill. I like an honest worker. That's my thing. I like pure things. I like pure energy. I don't find the chaotic gods unlikable. I like them because they chase their pure desire. Does that make sense? They're far more less complicated than a human to a certain extent. For example, the trickery one. They enjoy trickery, they enjoy events, they enjoy twisting your mind for that pure reason. It's quite admirable. I do enjoy the Chaos God. Under comparison, human scares me far much more. Human is too complicated. Yeah, Tazek, the one I cannot pronounce their name. The positive aspect of Nurgle could also make some awesome potatoes. Wait, what do you mean? He can be a good potato farmer. Also, Chaos God are not all evil. They're a good part of all of them. I just wanna clarify from my perspective and everything we learned so far. I don't think there is good or evil from our worldview to define Warhammer worldview. There is no good or evil. Everyone just wanna get their shit done. is either eternal pleasure or revenge and hatred and their pain, whatever it is. They just want to get their shit done, get the task achieved. And the process of achieving the task, abandon the moral and the good and the evil we understand, is just a process. I grow tomato and pickle in my backyard. Tomato require a lot of space. I never grow anything. Everything I grow, they just die. I'm an awful plant farmer person. I cannot take care of them. Okay, let's go back to this.
Deep within the webway is the city of Kamara. This dark city once existed as a port in the webway that allowed for ease of transport for the Eldar between its various domains. The significance of this city meant that it needed to be a bit more of a neutral territory outside of the jurisdiction of general Eldar law, and therefore it was allowed to self-govern. This did not go well. The dark city became the hideaway for all manner of sin. The Eldar race slipped.
The Eldar also escaped to here. So now we are talking about different groups of Eldar. I think I got it. Krong embodies blood and combat, but he also embodies honor and nobility. Yeah, that's why I say they're quite pure, right? He embraced martial art, he embraced nobility, and whoever bring him the skulls. If we don't think about death as a bad thing, but action to bring honor, then I just don't see the chaos gods as evil. I don't see that. I see them just want to get their shit done. They just want to feed on whatever they need. Also, the rot material can be good fertilizer. Oh, Nurgle can be a great farmer.
Into debauchery on a galactic scale that it birthed a god, and this was the city you went to when that wasn't enough for you. The convenience of being so deep within the webway was that it exists as a blind spot to the horrors of the warp. So while the rest of the Eldar fled the downfall of their species, Kamara kept partying.
Okay, this is a group of elders that down bad so hardcore, the warp cannot even get them. Are the bad things Space Elf did to make Slanesh 20 times worse? Wow, they're still here partying. Respect.
Slanesh was birthed, they were saved the worst of it, thanks to them being nice and neatly tucked away inside the webway.
Amazing.
But only somewhat. The Dark Prince did not have a grip around their soul, but the tiniest pinky finger, and they were still pulling. But due to their excess hedonism, they found a solution to this problem. If they torment.
What does hedonism mean? Hedonism? The pursuit of pleasure, sensual self-indulgence. Okay, got it.
Others, they could temporarily rejuvenate their souls and continue to cheat their inevitable death by placating the Prince of Pleasure. And if they kept this up on the regular, they could effectively become immortal. Thus, the Drukhari were born. Unlike the more stoic elves you see in works.
Drukhari, is that like a leader? Sound like a leader, or is that the group name? Drukhari? Oh, the dark elf group game.
The fiction, the Drukhari themselves exist as a sort of analog of the more grim and fiendish elves you find in Norse and European mythology. The Drukhari are soul vampires, but the more basic.
So they're like vampire.
Means to feed are hardly enough to keep them going. This desire to feed is known as the thirst, and to quench it effectively, they have mastered the art of biotechnology and dark sciences.
Biotechnology.
To really juice themselves up on the crispy soul sprite from the vending machine called the Galaxy.
Question though, can this dark elf leaving this region, if they leave the region, will they be immediately captured by the warp? Or they have to, then they have to stay here forever, right?
Majority of Drukhari act as pirates and raiders and slavers. They go into our physical reality and drag people back to Kamara to commit atrocities that go beyond any imaginative torture a human can think of. The Drukhari are organized in various groups throughout the Dark City to accomplish this in a more organized and extremely brutal way. The Cabals act as the main warriors of the city, led by their archons. Witches and succubi act as entertainment for Kamara in gladiatorial arenas. And
they have a succubi act as entertainment. diamond for Okay. The soul leech speed up only when they die. Ah, they won't immediately die anymore. So they found themselves a secret comfy spot to do all the evil, awful thing continuously. I want to do something to them.
A flesh crafting homunculus keep the Drukhari alive and discover ever increasingly more painful ways to torment their ever increasingly large supply of slaves they are brought. The Dark Eldar see the other inhabitants of the galaxy as little more than cattle, livestock that can be brought to bay or slaughtered at any time. Their fodder, however, is not meat and muscle, but the anguish and despair of the weak.
You know what I mean? Like, you know why I hate the freaking elders? Other thing, whatever other thing there is, like Necron and all the chaotic thing, they don't belittle you. They do things for their reason. They get it done. They kill some of you as on the process is fine. This piece of shit, they just see us as cattle. Sure. Why do you have to belittle us in order for you to kill and satisfy and do all the actions? Everyone else just kill. Kill for kill. I don't like freaking elf.
Dark Eldar do indeed drink blood, but also tears, and most sustaining of all, the raw essence of pain they wring out of their captives. The truth of the
They often leave the vibe way in order to capture slaves. Oof. Okay.
matter is that Drukhari sustain themselves on the suffering of others, not just morally, but physically.
Right here, Rick and Morty demon. Can I show a picture? Rick and Morty demon party. Oh, here we go.
Sustain
I
themselves.
found it. You see that? Exactly, basically the same. The Rick and Morty party demon and this kind of people connected.
On the suffering of others, not just morally, but physically. Kamara is a city rife with backstabbing schemes and murder. It is the worst back alleys of the worst ghettos at the best of times. Nothing is more horrifying to a Drukhari than death, for death will see them in the talons of Slaanesh for an
Yeah, because when they die, they go to Slaanesh then, right?
eternity of torment. So they do everything they can to stop this. The homunculus,
Do they have the soul stone? Do they have that technology?
like covens, regrow dead members from pieces of flesh as bargaining chips. The succubi create grisly gladiatorial spectacles that literally rejuvenate the audience members as captives are murdered for sport. To be captured by the Drukhari is one of, if not the worst fate imaginable in the world
I can't imagine.
of war.
They don't have soul stone, so they just extend their life as much as they can. To my knowledge, Drukhari do not have soul stone. Got it.
Warhammer 40k. In a universe built on war crimes, they are the most debased war crimers of all time. To be
I can imagine that too. Yep.
tortured and sacrificed in the gladiatorial arenas is a blessing, for you have escaped the fate of being in the fleshsmith's control group, or being turned into a living and breathing piece of furniture for an Archon's quarters. In a cruel twist of fate, a newly born Drukhari does not arrive into this world loving torture. It is something they must grow to love.
Oh, so if I'm a dark elf, I'd be in there and be like, Mom, I just want to get some ice cream and hug some dog. And she's gonna be like, you piece of little shit. You gotta love to torture your brother starting from now, okay? That's how our education be. You don't fucking love dogs. Hi, Yubisaki. Hi. Also, they don't have soul stone, but they can pull their soul back out of warp while trading other soul energy. I see. I'm feeling so nerdy today, chat. After 1 hour of yapping, not 1 hour, 3 hours of yapping about Warframe, I evolved. Niner type of furniture. I don't want to sit on a living being. I'm not interested. Also, that's what Bricky meant by Drukhari have mastered the art of biotechnology. Oh, because they can turn human into furniture. Wow! A great way of using science. You're gonna kick the dog and you're gonna like it. Yeah, that's what your mom gonna tell you if you're a dark elf.
To appreciate the suffering of other beings in order to survive in the world they have been brought into. If they succeed, They become some of the worst monsters in the known galaxy, a dark reflection to the Craftworlders, and a taste of what Eldar society was like before the fall. If they do not succeed, they must find purchase elsewhere. Often those will join smaller parts of Eldar society like the Exodites or the Harlequins. Exodites believe in a pre-industrial variant of their society, often retreating to more lush worlds to ride dinosaurs and live off the land.
Oh, I like this group. They just ride the dino and they grow little potato.
Prehistoric
Look at their dino, so cute.
style that I would normally laugh at if they weren't riding dinosaurs like
Come on, they're riding dinosaur. Don't laugh at them. They're wholesome. Niner is gonna use her potato peeling skill to peel chat. Okay, I'm not gonna make furniture. I'm not joining that group. I don't like that group.
ballers. The Harlequin dancing troupe are a subsect of Eldar that are more than just a little strange. A carnival of dancing jesters that serve the Eldar laughing god of Kegarak. They arrive never.
What is that? It's just a group of people enjoy music? They're like Mario rigging Yoshi?
When expected and leave just as quickly. Blurs of light carry their footsteps as they dance their foes into a grave. Combat
fun.
is just as much of a joke as it is a play on bloody murder.
These are the clown elf, okay.
They
The Joker elf.
travel and aid many other Eldar and sometimes even humanity for reasons we can never understand. Perhaps one day we would have, were they not stripped of their army book and folded into the Eldari Codex. So I suppose it'll have to stay a mystery. Or
I don't
maybe
know.
it was one of Kegarak's master plans to get back at She Who Thirsts and save their species. Who could know? Perhaps it was all a sick and practical joke to Kegarak, and he would just find it very funny to watch me fumble the discussion of one human on a tiny blue planet across the galaxy.
Ooh, it's the time.
Oh, speaking of,
The imperialism of man. Watching the stream is making me hungry for potato. Guys, I'm potato. It's the Empire. How is the 40k lore? It's a lot, but I'm learning, okay? I'm getting there. Also, if I force everyone to go through the battle biotransference... Oh, no. They're elders, history keepers, and they retell history in interpretive dance, so no elder understand history. What? So they keep history for the elder, but they tell the history through dancing movement. So no elder understand history. What's the point of the dance then? The only elf I like is they ride a dinosaur. That's the only elf I like. Unfortunately. For the Empire! Time to go for the Empire!
before the fall of the Eldar, Earth, or Terra as it's called, was in ruin. One man who looks to put the pieces back together. Where did he come from?
No
We don't
idea.
know. Some say he was the result of early shamans. Some say he is the final old one who escaped their species genocide. And those that are smartest know the answer is, it doesn't matter. He revealed himself as the Emperor of Mankind, and he was tasked with the most monumental upheaval of humanity possible. The Eldari's warp fluctuations had turned the golden age of humanity into old night. Interstellar travel cut off? Check. An AI uprising? Check. Brand new psychers popping up and not knowing how to handle their powers? Oh, check.
So many threatening to the mankind then.
Demonic incursions?
Check.
Check. Thousands of years this occurred, and now the Emperor of Mankind showed himself to put the pieces back together.
We keep saying Emperor is an awful father, but come on, who doesn't have some father issue? Like nowadays, so many people, human, women especially, all have father issue. Okay, it's okay. Not to justify, it's okay for him to be a bad father. But again, the concept of being a bad father maybe doesn't imply here. He just was doing his thing. It's not okay. That's why they call it issues. Well, again, you define it as issues and the red flag might be another person's green flag.
Unifying Terra under his rule, the Emperor founded the Imperium of Man and ruled it with an iron fist.
His definition of horrible dad. Okay. So far I know he had 20 sons. 2 disappeared. We don't know where they are. So he had 18. And the son killed him. And he's living on a chair. And people need to sacrifice 1,000 cycle per day to feed him. But what did he do to those 18 sons to make them wanna kill him? Big E had a bad dad meme stem from how he's view his son. They're not son, but further thing to further the goal. Only one wanted to kill him, and that one succeeded. Just they agreed Argons justify his eternal torture. Oh, wow. So he's kept on the chair for eternal torture, like on purpose? They must really dislike him.
He was the supreme leader and nothing could stand against him. He wished to remove mankind from the yoke of its former failures, and he knew he would be the best leader they could have because he was right. AI banned, religion banned. You did as the Emperor told you, or his Thunder Warriors would put you in your place. That place often being a grave. Now, Terra was thriving, but humanity needed to reclaim its long-lost breath.
Very Iron Fist kind of managing style. Interesting.
And scattered across the stars. But to do so, he needed
but all he wanted is to make human great again? Huh.
Those that could build him a
That sounds familiar.
fleet truly meant for the reconquering of the galaxy. And so he turned his attention to the red planet of Mars.
I can't read. Adeptus Mechanicus. Humanity need astromocon. His soul burns bright in the warp like a lighthouse. Yeah, he's also a doorstop, right? For the warp. Adeptus Mechanicus. Kiss? Even if I read it, I don't know what does it mean. What does it mean? It's the tech priest. Oh, okay. Oh, I'm not gonna guess anything yet. Let's watch it.
Mars and Terra were close allies long before the Unification Wars. Mars was the first world terraformed by humanity and became what would ultimately be the first hive world, an
hive world. Mechanicus. Got it, Mechanicus.
Center for industry and technology.
Is this related to where Space Marine is born and all that with their super enhanced body and technology?
The Age of Strife did not treat the Red Planet kindly, however. Mars was cut off from Terra during this time, and the warp storms that ravaged the planet turned it into an absolute nuclear hellscape. Those who were on the surface were turned into your run-of-the-mill mutant if they even survived the bombings they inflicted on themselves, but others were lucky enough to escape beneath the red sands in powerful fallout shelters. These became their
fallout shelters?
Generational.
I see so many relations to other games and stuff. I see the lore are connected to. Interesting. They made their armor and weapon and maintain their gen augmentation.
Habitats, but this resulted in extreme reliance on technology and those who could use it. They began to view the technology keeping them alive less as a technological advancement and more of a divine intervention, with those skilled in it as priests. The Martian
priest
began to worship the power of the machine.
Oh, that's very logical.
And this resulted in the formation of the cult Mechanicus, the belief in a holy trinity known as the 3-in-1. The machine god, serving as the spirit who gave rise to all technologies known, the motive force, the deity that gives all life its ability.
Where did he get all this art and animation? Do Warhammer have official animation releasing like episodes? Are they on YouTube? Are they free? Can we watch it together? Also, mechanics are the only people that are allowed to make tech now. What do you mean allow? Who's gonna stop them from making tech? The Empire? Mechanics be gooning on Necrons? Oh, come on! Not everything is about gooning!
To live, and the Omnissiah, a physical manifestation of the machine god itself. This belief began to manifest in them physically as well, what were once humans began.
If they want to manifest and worshipping a machine god, then they will start to turn their physical body into machines. That's how it works. They will despise their flesh and stuff, isn't it? Interesting. Fallout means radiation aftermath from the storm of the planet, not the game. Yeah. Also, there are a few animated series and there are streaming series. I see. You will be killed on sight. If you make technology, you will be killed on sight. That would be tech heresy. Yeah, they will burn us. Got it. Also, Astara's animation I was talking about yesterday, you can watch on YouTube. Then maybe we can watch some. Maybe not today. I think after 5 hours of watching Warhammer, we need a break, okay? But let's finish 5 hours first. Also, they would stop anyone trying tech heresy. There are a lot of games to pull the visual from. True, there is that Space Marine game I always wanna play, but I never played it. Looks very fun. They have animation of art. There's more fan art as well. Yep, make a toaster and I'm done. Imagine? Imagine, yeah, be like, yeah, I want to make a little robot that can catch balls for me, and we can play catch and fetch with it, and they'd be like, you're done, we're gonna burn you, and this is not allowed.
And to really mess around with the character creator options, and this tech obsession made them view instances of flesh to be weak and spend their lives removing what makes them human.
See, that's what I'm saying. They're gonna be chromed. All they want is chromed up and remove every part of their body
and replacing it with mechanical augments. Robotic limbs, glowing eyes, mechadendrite arms. What was once a mass of flesh now looks like the back of a router. And the oldest members of the Mechanicus no longer even look slightly human. In addition to this, cloaked over all of their mechanical appendages are robes that reflect the color of their homeworld.
However, they still have their soul. Lucky them, not like the Necrons. Yo, now I see the point of them gooning over Necrons. Yo, now I understand. Cannot wait to get into Khalides and Khalides assassins. I'm taking a peek at the time bar. Maybe we won't get to them today. This is only part 1 of Faction Re-Explained. There's still part 2. Now really burn a stick, more like plasma around the obliterates you. Yeah, we just become dust. Puff.
Red robes of the Mechanicus. The Cult Mechanicum, now the Adeptus Mechanicus, create a fascinating combination of cultures all birthed into one. Basically, techno-zealot monks. Organic life is the machine god's greatest accomplishment within the scope of the great work. All praise he who is 3 in 1. By giving us life within an organic shell, he presents us with the means and opportunity to improve upon physicality, as is his divine plan. He grants us complex weakness so we might learn metallic strength and ascend to his level of machinic perfection.
Feel like these people will praise Necron. They'd be like, good job, Necron. Yeah, you did the right choice. You sacrificed your soul. But hey, look at you, immortal with a robot body, high tech. Damn man, I envy you. Something like that. But the god they worship is a fragment of the Votann void dragon imprisoned on Mars. I just see everything return to the original state as Gunnar. I see that. I do see that. But they really hate each other. They could be friends. I see benefits of them being friends with each other. Imagine the gooning session. They both hate each other, but they do want their tech, right? They want the material and the tech and the tools.
The Emperor's arrival to Mars was very much a walking in with the pizzas while the room is on fire moment. But to the Mechanicum, they saw his arrival as confirmation of their belief. They took one look at the glowing golden entity that showed up on their doorstep and were like, That's him.
It.
That's the guy right there. And they immediately accepted him as the Omnissiah.
Wow.
Obviously showing up and being called Machine Jesus shortly after wiping out all instances of non-Machine Jesus a little bit beforehand is an instance of...
Good job, our big dude. Good job. Also, Necron silently sobbing as they charge their ghost cannons. Yeah, missing out opportunities. says really secretly loving Necron tech. They just need to hide it because of Xenotech. Tech heresy. Oh. Ooh, but imagine if they're combined or learned or intertwined through each other's tech, how much happiness they will feel. Unfortunately, they hate each other.
Capital H heresy, but the Emperor saw the bigger picture. Were they strange with how they rubbed unguents on themselves, burned incense, and prayed to machines for them to work?
Well,
sure,
no?
But that's a lot of production right there.
I know a lot of electricity too. Where do you get all the energy?
Devised the Treaty of Olympus Mons, a unifying agreement between Terra and Mars. And this union would be permanently etched into the Aquila of the Imperium as the two-headed eagle. One head for Terra, the other for Mars. The forces of the Emperor would be supplied with all the technology and weapons they needed to reunite the scattered remnants of humanity under one banner. And the Mechanicum of Mars would be able to keep doing what they were doing religiously and scientifically, so long as they kept up their tithes. This
harmony. So our empire got their tech, and in trading, they let them exist. Imagine I go to your door and be like, I'm gonna let you exist, but you have to give me all your cabbages because I want it. Damn, that's powerful.
Tithe meant total quality control over all technology in the Imperium. Is it a big spaceship? AdMech take care of that. Tanks? AdMech take care of that. The literal bullets in a gun? You guessed it. But unlike the factories of today, the forge worlds of Mars and the creations of the Mechanicum are a bit of a different experience altogether. Instead of a factory on a random given world, the entirety of the planet's surface is dedicated to manufacturing. But that's a little tricky, isn't it?
I can see that. Because they turn their body into machines, of course they will turn all the land into factory. Is the K guy back? The K guy? The star-eating god? I'm not sure. Is he back? Why is he back?
Considering that the usage of Silica Animus, or AI, is a big no-no. And basically
AI.
the largest affront to their divine machine god possible. Fortunately, there's a really neat alternative.
Damn, that's some cursed AI images. Those are so cursed. Martinez also got first dip on any recovered Dark Age technology goodies. Okay, there are some benefits to them then. Yeah.
They've come up with. And that's called a servitor. Incredible devices that can do anything from manufacturing, maintenance, basic door operation, even just float around like a helpful little drone.
Can they cook? If they can, I want one.
It's an extremely easy process too. All you need to do is take a human who is dying or preferably an enemy of the state, most likely that one, and lobotomize them. And then reprogram their brains to do exactly what they tell you. They even
simple.
got little baby versions of them.
Oh, so cute. The baby look like a 50-year-old man for some reason.
Yay! So now you can rest easy knowing that the entirety of the Imperium, because they outlaw AI and learning new tech,
They made their own bio-organic AI from human brain. Yeah, they outlaw AI by making their own system with it. A servitor can cook, but not so great. Oh man, that's what happened to your body after Niner gave you food poison. Okay, chill, calm down.
Is run on lobotomized slaves. Whether they deserve it or not is unimportant, and whether they can still keep their consciousness trapped in their own minds is another thing entirely.
He said, oh, system failure, why does it hurt? Help. Oh, that's so sad. And you'll be like, there's so many awful ways to die in Warhammer 40k universe. This is one of pretty awful way to end. It's not really ending. Ouch.
Your incompetence is showing.
An excerpt from the Servitor Creation Factories. Naked human beings were standing in a switch-packed line between high fences. The Manufactorum produced servitors, but it was more akin to an abattoir than a workshop. Every surface was easily cleanable.
Aww.
Servitors with spray units surgically attached to their backs prowled about, hosing filth from slit drains set into the perfectly smooth, slanted floors.
They turned them into robots that cleans floor. Oh, so nice.
As the line slowly advanced, the people were passed through various scanning devices, most of them mounted in ugly, functional arches that let out a constant series of acceptance chimes. Occasionally, one would let out an angry blare, and the indicator lumens would flash red. The rejected person was then swallowed up by a trapdoor opening beneath their feet. From these pits wafted a hideous stench and the grinding sounds of industrial mincers. One rejected man grabbed onto the lip and hung there, arms and hands bloodied, shouting a stream of defiant profanities. Guards lined the grating either side of him and shocked him until he fell. The adepts wouldn't even waste bullets on these people. The
Damn!
trapdoor flipped up, and the next terrified person was ushered forward. Violet metal arms snatched them up and spread-eagled them in the air, and a servitor shearer shaved them all over. At another, they were subjected to a high-pressure counterseptic wash whose chemical stink made me choke from 100 feet away. More scanners.
Well, in the end, I'm happy they will go to Papa Nurgle. You're not dead in those, you're still alive. Yeah, that's how they use your brain to make you function and clean the floor, isn't it? Nice to have a purpose, but I bet they want to go to Papa Nurgle.
More rejects winnowed out. Machines forcibly dressed them in a heavy rubberized garment common to all monotask servitors. These were saggy on them, all one size, until another process force-shrank them to fit their bodies where metal cuffs, sockets, and collars bit into vulnerable flesh. The last few prayers gave way to screams at that point, and even the most stoic shouted in pain. They were ushered over a floor, buzzing with power that made them shriek with every footstep.
I don't wanna go to this universe at all. There is nothing charming, happy, peaceful, or comfy in here at all. And the only species that farming potato are riding dinosaurs. And you all be like, Niner, you will like Slanesh. I like Slanesh as a concept. That's it. I don't wanna be with them. Maybe I will have a good time with them, but maybe in a VR or something, okay? I do not wanna get reincarnated to this worldview. It's horrifying. They don't have MacD. Yeah, they don't have any... I bet they don't even have chicken nuggets. Literally. No chicken nuggets is allowed. It's too much happiness for them. The people got rejected into pit and end up as corpse starch from your next meal. What? The most human faction you can choose is Tau? I haven't heard about Tau yet. So far, none of them. None of them. I do feel connected with Slanesh, but who gave me the good luck to be part of them, right? What if I got here and I just somehow become a machine? But you could make the perfect potato for Slanesh. I can't. Do they give me the chance though, Reinhardt? Do I wanna do the gamba? Man are crazy, good thinking they don't exist. Also, the most chill faction is Tau for me. Eventually we will get there. Getting Isekai in this world is hardcore mode. It's literally you better spawn in there and you just jump from a cliff. Kind of game mode, okay, in this story. Hope to be blank so you can just leave the universe immediately. Yeah, there are millions of human planets, so there are maybe 1 or 2 are nice. You saying there 1 or 2 human planet have chicken nuggets in a million of planets? And you think how hard are the chance of me to get reincarnated into that one nice planet? I never even won any prize in school. When there are 20 people in one class and my teacher be like, I'm gonna draw your name and whoever win, I give you a sticker. I never win. I never win. They have grox nuggets. Well, a world without chicken nuggets is very painful to live in. I'm just saying.
What's that for? I asked. Follicular inhibitor. To stop their hair from growing, he said. Freaking sweet, Lois! As for their scientific pursuits, the Mechanicum believe in the preservation of knowledge above all and the quest to expand it. However, as opposed to just innovating and inventing on their own with their vast technological know-how, they believe that it is a form of tech.
I kind of like their fashion design, like always have skull themed, right here, skull flowing and skull in the gear. Very good aesthetic. Oh, no chicken nugget, but they do have corpse starch, human remains addictive to ensure nutrients just to live on. Oh, yeah, they're perfect with their recycle system. It never waste a single bit of human. Human are just resource to them. Even under compare of this, the freaking Eldar, the elf, are still the worst. Because at least this is a pure system. They see human as resource and they worship machine. But goddamn, elf, I hate them. They belittle others. They're so cocky. They view others as cattle. They need some punishment. I hope more punishment come to them. Also, as a human, you can join the Tall. Only rich and noble can afford the nuggets. If you were a rogue trader or some upper nobility, life will be good for you. Chicken nuggets every day, then whatever I want.
Heresy. You see, because of their religious viewpoints on technology itself, they believe that the instruction booklet itself is just as holy as the Lego set it builds. And to innovate on that without the proper written knowledge is to go against the divine word of the machine god itself. All knowledge is already in the universe. You simply need to rediscovering it and attempting to invent something.
They follow very strict rules.
To improve upon divinity is very heretical. Prior to the Age of Strife, humanity was able to populate the stars with devices known as Standard Template Constructs, or STCs. These devices were, as far as we know, supercomputers with the ability to pull up and detail how to create literally anything a startup colony would need. Essentially, they were devices with the entirety
It's like the little machine we got from Subnautica. We can create everything with a gun. With a home builder. Also, she hates Eldar. I just don't like Eldar. Yes, I don't. No chicken nuggets. I'm not getting over that.
Human technological know-how so that you could make a home away from home. The Mechanicum will not make anything without an STC. Quite literally nothing. Because this is the knowledge they seek, and that knowledge is divine.
That knowledge also is the worship. Right? I see.
One time, scouts of the Imperial Guard found a functioning STC that provided the schematics on a knife that happened to be a bit lighter and a bit sharper than most other knives. These knives were adopted by 30 Space Marine chapters and were one of the most advanced discoveries of the century. This discovery was so significant that they were each awarded a planet for finding this.
Wow! So they just keep finding STC with existing technology on it. Even a small find like sharpening your knife will be great discovery because they're just so rare. Dedication. Also remind me a little bit of Fallout. Like the Brotherhood keep finding the old technology and all that. And even a toaster is highly rewarded. If you find a toaster, is highly rewarded. Yeah, the way making something by following the ritual. Yeah, I get it. You find the STC for chicken nuggets, you will be rich and have planet. I literally think really hard. If I get an STC for chicken nuggets, I'm gonna own 10 planets. I'm gonna be the owner of landlord of planets. Man, we need to dig into that.
A planet for a machine that taught them how to make knives. Due to their religious organization, you can probably guess the Mechanicum are organized in a feudal structure with the highest individuals in power being a part of the priesthood. Cream of the crop being the fabricator general of Mars itself, who serves as a high lord of terror.
Imagine you become a lord and people ask, how did this person become a lord? Oh, the lord of this 10 land find a chicken nugget STC. That's how he did it, okay? It's the legendary chicken nugget. They don't invent things anymore. They only find the old stuff. Got it. Also, imagine earning your own planet just because you found a machine that can make +1 enchanted knife. It's rare. You don't understand. It's a rare find. It's a loot that nobody else easily get it, okay? Also, the way to make something is by following the ritual. To be fair, those knives are very strong and used by Space Marine today. Yeah, see, strong knife. The detail on the tech problem is the way called why the imperialism technology is so backward. By Pancras No Work. Eventually, I will watch that. Eventually. But again, today is my first day of diving into the lore of Warhammer. Take it slow, okay? I'm already halfway through the video. I'm very proud. You know what? My chicken nugget example is funny. Thank you. I appreciate that. Lord of Chicken Nuggets.
but also oversees the entirety of the Mechanicum below. Below them are tech priests that oversee the cult for the quest of knowledge and other more straightforward theocracy. Forge worlds tend to operate slightly more independently, what can cause some power struggles within the Mechanicum.
I still question how did they get all the power? What is backing this much manufacturing and factory?
As you know, despite them all being weird robots, they love being given praise. And despite being the manufacturer,
they love praising too. I love praising too. I finally found the one thing I do feel connected with them.
End of the Imperium, they do actually have their own military forces. They have the Drukhari private army and all their various 1920s Martian-style mechanisms like doom crawlers, Castellan robots, and of course, the Titan legions. Because nothing is cooler than a robot that towers.
That thing looks gigantic. Is that castle? That's castle on them. So if you imagine the human scale as the scale of my mouse, this is maybe a door. My mouse is one human. This is gigantic. This is like thousands of meters high, maybe. One human is 1.8 meter, let's say. At least 100 human here. 100 human in this height. Ooh, very big, very big. The way Niner look for loot in Subnautica, I'm convinced I'm blind. Niner is blind. No way you can find a loot and become a chicken nugget lord. But I have great luck. Remember? Chicken also doesn't exist anymore. No more nuggets. Oh, if you plague your soul to Tezek, they will evolve chicken for you. Maybe he will turn me into a chicken. I don't know. And then I can barbecue my own army into chicken nuggets. And then what's the point of owning 10 planets after that? Geothermal and plasma generators. Okay, with the mutations that's possible. Okay. That thing is several hundred meters high, right? Dino nuggets have to exist. Yeah, they have dinosaur. Yo, let's eat all the elders dinosaur. Fuck yeah. They're the only elder I little bit like them. But I'm gonna eat their dinosaur. This castle mech, holy, is like Titan size of a Big Ben. Titan is 100 meter tall. Ooh. What's the point of living without chicken nuggets? I can replace it with some dino nuggets. You know, but it's not the same. It's never the same.
Over buildings. Ultimately, their very dogmatic view on technology as a whole has resulted in any innovation becoming absent, thus causing the Imperium to stagnate as a whole. The lack of ambition to create anything new and the wholesale murder of anyone who even tries leads to things becoming derelict.
You know what? I kind of respect their discipline of only finding the old things and do not discover any, like, innovate anything. That's a very hard route to follow. I respect it. Not easy. It's not a castle, it's cathedral. Wow, that's huge. Then the scale is even larger. Grogs are giant lizard, and that's how the calls are replaced in 40k. Aren't a lot of lizard are like poison? Have poison in them? I cannot imagine they taste really well.
I grow weary of this flesh I was born into, strangely disgusted by its nature. I crave only the cold, clean certainty of steel and silicon, that I might become one with the blessed machine. I do not expect you to understand.
I don't understand.
Who cling to your flesh as if it were immortal, seeking only to preserve it, to protect it. One day you will see the folly of your ways, and then no doubt you will come begging to my order to preserve you.
Ooh, he want me to beg. He wish.
After the groundwork had been set unification-wise, it was time to start getting things together for the Emperor's great crusade across the stars to bring humanity under one banner. The Thunder Warriors were a perfect fighting force for unifying Terra and Luna, but the galaxy was a whole different thing. You see, these warriors weren't soldiers in the eyes of the Emperor. They were tools, extremely blunt tools used for the fast conquest of Terra. As the Emperor was concerned, the tools you use at home aren't the same ones you take on a road trip. So the Emperor...
What do you mean? Are they not compact enough? They're too large to store?
rid himself of his tools in the exact manner you think he did, and he went forward to crafting a brand new tool. One more mobile, more efficient, and ready for his next era of conquest.
What is that? Space Marine?
They shall be my finest warriors, these men who give of themselves to me. Like clay, I shall mold them, and in the furnace of war forge them. They will be of iron will and steely muscle. In great armor shall I clad them, and with the mightiest guns will they be armed.
Damn.
They will be untouched by plague or disease. No sickness will blight them. They will have tactics, strategies, and machines so that no foe can...
So glorified! Wow! I kind of feel proud to be a space marine. Although I'm not one, but I can feel the proudness in there. Like serving and believing and all for the one great goal. Remember the meme about the guy putting tinfoil over his body? Yeah, that's mechan. I want to reward the space marine with some dino nuggets.
Best them in battle. They will be my bulwark against the terror. They are the defenders of humanity. They are my soul.
They're my what? Space Marine. Is Helldiver inspired by Space Marine, chat? Why does this feel so familiar? We will genetically alter a bird into chicken? For me? And we become potato farmer together? Yeah! And then we become the true lord. Space Marine. Helldiver is its own general, but a lot of video games get inspired by other lore and stuff. Helldiver was inspired... Somebody told me inspired by something, but I totally forgot. Oh, Starship Trooper! Yeah. Somebody showed me the clip of Starship Trooper saying. And very, very connected. Yeah. Okay, let's do Space Marine, okay? 30 more minutes. Wake up, chat. Don't fall asleep. I'm very evolved into this, and I learned so much. I can talk about Warhammer now. I learned so much. I mean, only on the surface, but a lot of progress in one day. Still on surface level, though.
And they shall know no fear. The vastness of the Milky Way galaxy meant that the Emperor needed assistance bringing everyone back to the fold. And who better to do this than himself? But since the technology to be in many places at once does not exist anymore, the Emperor decided that it was time to become a dad, the same way Geppetto did, and with far less care. It is not my son.
Well, become a dad. What does he mean, become a dad? How did he get a son? Did he impregnate somebody or by machine? Huh?
None of them are. They are warlords, generals, tools bred to serve a purpose, just as legions were bred to serve a purpose.
That's what I'm saying. I don't think he's a bad father because he never sees those sons as his children. He literally thought he bought 10 iPhone. There is no father and children relationship. It's literally just tools for him to get his shit done. So how can we judge that's like wrong?
Purpose. What a dad. The Primarch Project was started to create charismatic and unique leaders in the Imperial military. The diversity of these eventual leaders meant that each one could be specialized for certain circumstances across the galaxy. Depending on the type of conflict, one leader might be better than the other. So instead of forcing one leader to acclimate to a situation directly, it would be better to send a specialized leader and force to handle it. In order,
it's like you need one great leader that you control intimately to control massive population. Very, very nice strategy. Also, lab babies, basically, they're lab babies, got it. Creating the Primarchs in a test tube. Okay. Glad to hear that. So they're born to be already manufactured, right? They must born already stronger and all that. But he's still father. Niner, you are so wild sometimes. Really? I'm just abandoning the moral that we get in our world and completely immersive myself into this Warhammer 40k views. I really don't think we should imply whatever we think is good and bad to them. But as an outsider, I can see when chat say, oh, he's an awful dad, right? Problem is that his son did see him as a father. They were born as babies and grew really fast. You love the logic. I cannot be a bad father if I never see them as children to begin with. Fuck, that sounds really toxic, isn't it? They come contain his DNA, just tweaked it. Yeah, sorry. The genius idea, I think, only exists in Warhammer, okay? You cannot use that in our parallel world. We have rules, laws, morals, love, and we have human genetics to make us tell this thing is wrong or bad, right? But they're merged themselves with machine and god and warp energy. They're different species. They call themselves human, but highly twisted.
Do this, the Emperor used his genetic know-how and maybe a little bit of that forbidden stuff to create these genetically perfect gene fathers that had the ability to serve as his analog directly and also serve as the leaders of the respective Space Marine legions. All 20, all 18, that's right, all 19 of his sons.
Wait, Why 19 now? I thought it's 18 because 2 got deleted.
Were meant to be directly molded by the Emperor himself, despite their genetic differences. And they go as follows in order. Lionel Johnson, Fulgrim, Percherabo, Jagatai Khan, Lehman Russ, Rogel Dorn, Conrad Kurz, Sanguinius, Ferris Manus, Angron, Robute Gilliman, Mortarion, Magnus the Red, Horus Lupercal, Lorgar Aurelian, Vulcan, Corvus Corax, and Alfarius and Omegon.
I will not remember any of that. 1 is 2? What do you mean 1 is 2? 1 Primarch split into twins for some reason? Oh, still 18? Okay, I get it. Am I still the father if the baby is different color? That I was just gonna say that. They're all in different color and different hair color too. There's some blonde, there's some black hair color, some are like dark gray skin colors. I saw 1 red skin color, and they all come from the same father. Okay, maybe different genetic from the womb side, right? They're combined with different stuff. So technically, there are also experiments. The Empire also love experiments. Also, Alpha Legion have twin Primarchs, so 19. Okay.
Sons, finalized and crafted to be the warriors he needed them to be, were complete. But he may have decided to do a bit of dabbling with things he shouldn't have. And paid a price. Before the Primarchs were ready to go, an intervention by the gods of chaos prevented his plan from being completed as intended. Though the sources vary, the ultimate result of the Chaos God intervention was that all of the Emperor's tools were scattered throughout the galaxy at unknown places and times. Each one of his sons ended up in a completely different world, and instead of being able to directly influence their upbringing, these children were instead forced to experience the unique nature of their respective homeworlds. Some had a great time and lived in...
Interesting. They have to adapt. It's so complicated. Didn't Empire have a wife? Did he? I don't see how wife is a useful tool. He has the little human machine to cook and clean for him already. It's kind of retconned recently with addition of a mother. Okay. Base DNA come from Big E and the scientists who helped create the name Arda and some tweaking. So I really don't see a usage for a raw wife in here, chat. Like, we got the scientists, we got the machine, we got the Big E genetics. That's all we need.
General luxury. Others, not so much. Despite his closest advisor, Malkador the Sigillite, saying, "All right, Chief, let's try this one again," the Emperor sensed each of his sons were still very much alive. And one of the primary objectives of the great...
You can feel it, they're alive. Cute. I got the Empire viewpoint. Yeah, I do. I have ability to view the world in the other person's viewport, right? I don't know how you define it, but I kind of understand a lot of opinions and ideas instead of fighting them or say one is wrong, one is right. Instead, I would be more interested in playing with it, learning about it, listen to it. So I see Empire's vision. I do see the vision here. Wish I could be a big enough pimp to have 20 kids. You can have 20 kids. It's just nowadays in this earth, can you afford to have 20 kids? That's too realistic, isn't it? The Primarch has a very big soul, so easy to notice in the warp.
Crusade shifted to reclaiming each of his sons so they could take command of their specific Space Marine legions and carry out his will.
So they lead the Space Marine. They're like generals.
Original Space Marine legions that were created alongside their Primarchs go in order: the Dark Angels, Emperor's Children, Iron Warriors, White Scars, Space Wolves, Imperial Fists, Night Lords, Blood Angels, Iron Hands, World Eaters, Ultramarines, Death Guard, Thousand Sons, Luna Wolves, eventually Sons of Horus.
Do some of them fall under the Chaos God? Because I see some signs here and there.
Word Bearers, Salamanders, Raven Guard, and the Alpha Legion. Space Marines, unlike their gene fathers, the Primarchs are not made in a vat. There is a process to recruit more members from humanity itself, which seems a bit strange considering how massive a Space Marine is compared to a normal man, but don't forget, the Emperor is
Do Emperor twist their body to make them larger? Is that how it works? He was able to communicate through warps with those are more proficient with sphere. Okay, I mean, he is the big E. He can feel them. He can feel his genetic in those sun. He's the one. After they grew up a little, like in 2 days. What? Those sons grew up in 2 days? Niner of all legends fall to chaos. Oh, he covered this in a minute, but half of the Space Marine fall into chaos. Oh, I can see that.
Really good with genetics. Less good with anesthetic, however. These prospects are recruited across humanity from various reasons and methods, and are generally killed during that process. But sometimes they aren't, and they are able to go through more and more of the actual training to assess certain traits that are important and relevant to being a Space Marine.
We just have so many humans to experiment with, aren't we?
Time, the common factor is a pure unrelenting willingness to kill the enemies of the Imperium. After going through psychological screening, the prospect, now called a neophyte, goes under the knife to become a Space Marine. And here is a quick list of all the cool new stuff they get genuinely shoved into their bodies. A secondary heart, an organ that makes your bones grow, an organ that makes your muscles big, an implant that makes your blood stronger, a little organ that turns your white blood cells into super white.
Wait, not so amazing. Those looks sound painful to put through in your body. Yeah, I mean, if you can survive, like, it's good for you, but must be very little chance to survive it.
Blood cells, a brain implant that allows you to sleep while being awake, a pre-stomach that allows you
sleep while being awake
to digest literally anything, a spinal implant that allows you to absorb the genetic memories of what you eat, bigger and better lungs that can let you breathe underwater, an implant that gives you stronger eyes, new ears that keep you from being dizzy, a brain implant that lets you go into suspended animation if you're in a bad shape.
Did Empire and his mic people find the technology to do all of this? Damn, that's a lot of technology. No wonder they're successful.
Skin that acts like transition glasses, I almost got it in one take, a brand new kidney, the ability to taste the air and find enemies like a bloodhound, a special coating on your skin that allows you to be protected in space, the ability to spit acid, a gland that allows you to absorb the unique genetic makeup from the gene seed in the first place, and a straight-up carapace that allows the Space Marine to interface with their power armor directly.
He made thousands and millions of Doom guy. Wow.
Quite often, these are put inside of you at dubious levels of mental alertness and dubious levels of anesthetic.
I don't think you can recognize yourself as a human after that. Like, that's too much enhancement, no? Also, it's just a couple of extra organs. They start with organs that makes body grow bigger and make space for more artificial organs. Yeah, that must do a brain damage. I don't want to bombard Niner with details that can be seen with microscope. Yeah, don't give me the big things, chat. Yeah, right now I'm only on such small surface level of the whole universe. Gonna take me some time. Very, very painful process. So sound like to become a Space Marine, not easy. Also, chances are relatively high since initiate goes through a selection first. Okay, so you have to be tested first to be like, oh, you are suitable for all this altar. Space Marine Prime Archists have a big PP energy. Yeah, they are the strong soldier. Yep, they do. Yep, 40k is 40k. What am I saying? 40k Doom guy energy right there. There's some technology they struggle due to it needing AI too. Oh yeah, because they don't like AI, isn't it? A lot of space marine look down on baseline human. They're not human anymore. They're just superiority. They're just better. Super soldier. But they still have the organ to eat and function and digest food and all that, which is interesting. They're like human but machinized, but with all the organic parts. Very interesting decisions there. I thought maybe they will just turn into machine, but they didn't. Still.
More generalized indoctrination into the faith of the Imperium and a bit more training and other important manners, they can finally be welcomed as a fully fledged Space Marine. A Space Marine is quite literally a walking tank that is armed to the teeth. Two of the more
I love how they have all the skull. Look at this, like the skull icon everywhere. Very nice design. I keep seeing this over and over again because that is the symbol for human. That is a human skull. They love their race. It's all for the earth.
Space Marine is quite literally a walking tank that is armed to the teeth. Two of the more iconic weapons held by a Space Marine are their bolt gun, which fires explosive shells the size of soda cans, and a chain sword, which is the Space Marine is clad in a colorful carapace known as power armor, crafted from extremely heavy and durable ceramite. The power armor of a Space Marine protects him from any terrors he may face, be it the void of space itself to an inhospitable atmosphere. This armor, combined almost biologically with an already massive physique, makes the Space Marine an almost unstoppable fighter.
He look even larger now. This dude look like a truck. Think of Master Chief meet Dome Slayer. Master Chief and Dome Slayer combined together. One of the implants allowed Astartes to eat a brain of enemy and recover their knowledge out of them? That's not human at all. And the skull everywhere are like Empire death marks. Nice design. Nice little design. They have skull as a symbol because it's only part of the body remain unchanged. It's the symbol of human. There's still that in the end. They're also pretty much Sparta on the steroid. I like how they remind me of Spartans and how actually strongest one were made through risky and torture physical enhancement. Yeah, I don't want to be a Space Marine. No.
Force. And hell, if the armor doesn't protect them enough, they can always become a walking coffin like the dreadnoughts of the chapters are. What truly adds to it all, however, is the sheer difference in some of them. While a Space Marine in its own right is an indoctrinated freight train on legs, how they act can be quite different from chapter to chapter. The gene seed of a Primarch is not just helping them become bigger.
Also, do they act differently because of different empires' sun that they are serving? Would that also be a factor?
Strong, but allows them to gain certain traits from their forefathers. Everything from how they think to even slightly adjusting their physical appearance once it's been implanted. The gene seed can be the personality of an entire Space Marine. Take the salamanders, for example. Salamanders have a predisposition to fire as a whole, and tend to be extremely large due to the size of their Primarch, Vulcan, and his enormous stature. Whereas someone like Sanguinius, Primarch of the Blood Angels, share more vampiric features.
I like how they all have a lot of eyeball symbol on them. As an eyeball enjoyer, I support.
And more angel-like qualities. A gene seed is not just aspects of the Primarchs, but they are also flaws too. Magnus the Red and his 1,000 sons underwent something known as
1,000 sons? How? Did he also produce son from a lab or like he just really good with making babies? Yeah, just manifest. I'm happy to hear you're always drinking while watching me, okay? Glad you all have a good time. Just don't get too drunk. Drink your water too. And you're about to go. Bye. Okay, Wendy care. Maybe see you later. 1,000 Son is the name of the legion, not his actual son. Oh, don't wanna get reincarnated into Warhammer 40k. Everything is horrifying in here. Become a mark of heresy. Yep, Sun was the celestial body on the tiny sprawling. Oh, that's how many was left at some point. So he had more of this? More Sun? So confused.
flesh change, a horrifying mutation that, while it made them strong psychers, would affect their bodies so terribly that they would mutate away from humanity. Where other factions have inspiration for their culture from our real world, like the feudal Japanese of the Eldar or Egyptian style the Necrons, each Space Marine chapter themselves carry an inspiration. The white scars are
honestly, after everything, I see the point of Necron, okay? They are still quite... They just want to conquer and get back to their land, and they want their soul. It's simple enough. The human scares me a bit. Just so complicated. The things they do to each other and so complicated. Humans are scary. Also, all the Space Marine are akin to son to their Primarch. Thousand's son did have 2 horrible events that reduced his son to only 1,000. Must be something horrifying. Oh, now Niner is thinking like War 40k fan. Yeah, it's cool to watch and read, but I never want to be a part of it. It's not happy universe at all.
motorcycle riding Mongolian fighters. These space wolves are Norse Vikings. The Dark Angels are Knights of the Round Table, and so on. This moves into their fighting style, and truthfully, there is no end to the characters and options when it comes to the Space Marines. Space Marines are the main symbol you see, and
they're like little fun Lego pieces. There are so many possibilities with Space Marine and so many combinations. Interesting. Hi, Val.
many of them can be simply indoctrinated warriors who only care about conflict and can be quite boring. Then you meet Dante? Or Bjorn, or Argel Tal, or Karn, or Lucius, or Erebus. And then you discover the wealth of these characters and tools of war you can have. For 1100 years, I have fought and I have seen the darkness in our galaxy. I have seen the vileness of the alien and the heresy of the mutant. I have witnessed the sin of possession, and I have seen all the evil that the galaxy harbors. And I have slain all whose presence defiles the Emperor. I have seen what you will see. I have fought what you must fight, and I have slain what you must slay. So fear not and be proud, for we are the sons of Sanguinius, the protectors of mankind. We are indeed the angels of death.
Wow.
Despite being the poster children.
I like one thing that's quite connected with all Space Marines. They're all very honored. They're fighting for one goal, humankind. That is cool. They have a belief. If you like simple, you're gonna like the need. They just want a snack. Need an ID? Who are they? Warhammer 40k has taught her how to properly abandon her children. Wow. Star Trek fan, I would love to live in the world. Warhammer 40k fan, I would never want to live in this world. I'm becoming connected with the true 40k fans. This is a horrifying world. Imagine if I end up in here as any ending is not a good ending. End up as a machine, end up with any of the Celtic god is not good. Elf. They're all horrifying. The human is horrifying. They don't have chicken nuggets. Dante is a blood angel that want to die but cannot light him. Oh, blood angel and salamander are my favorites. Got it.
For Warhammer 40k as a whole, the presence of a Space Marine is a rare sight for the countless trillions of humans across the galaxy. Seeing one of these monstrosities is like seeing something akin to an angel sent by the Emperor himself. These angels of death are the essential fighting force to bring humanity back under the unified banner of the Imperium. Yet ultimately,
the Imperium, the Empire, the big E.
The Space Marines are individuals torn from their families and conscripted to genetic modification and lifelong service for the dying Imperium.
Wait, what do you mean they're torn from family? I thought they're all volunteer? I see multiple things I can do if I really get reincarnated here. One thing is I'm just a peasant. I'm just a peasant, and my life is used as a part of machine for nothingness. It's just gone. Or we get a relationship with the Slanesh, but like a happy ending. Under all scenarios, that's a happy ending. Or we find the chicken nugget machine and own 10 planet and get rewarded by the Empire. I just see it as a possibility.
Though they are held in an almost holy light, most believe they are above and beyond the people they are designed to serve. Once designed as the protectors of humanity, they seldom view humanity as something worth saving. To the extent that it is a tiny, minute rarity, though not unheard of, for a Space Marine to put a normal citizen above them in any way. For most Space Marines and even their Primarchs, they are only here to do a job. They are there to kill the enemies of humanity, and I would be remiss if I didn't add at least one more of my favorite quotes to the tail end of this section. The time for speeches is done, said Rogel Dorm. The first great test is here. My order to you all is simple, yet heed it well, and exert yourselves to see it done. They are coming. Kill them all.
Ooh, that is very good.
Well, the Space Marine...
They're coming. Kill them all. Oh, that also gave me goosebumps. Goosebumps. Oh, I died but reincarnated as a pea in servitude to the Slanesh. Maybe. Happy ending under Slanesh is very debatable. I just like them. I do like them. I feel connected to their mentality. I don't understand them, of course. I just have common ideas. As the seeking and the chasing for pleasure and the layers of those ecstasy, I love that. I love that. Some random people can become powerful heretics if they somehow impress a chaos god. Oh, really? Huh. Repent here until it's done. Become a space marine, repent here until it's done. Also depend on the chapter if it's volunteer or not. Some kidnap their volunteers. Not everyone here is volunteer to be transformed into a soldier. Average Space Marine chapter would indoctrinate recruit to the point they forgot their old life. I see. He's a regent of Imperium Nihilus. Can't retire or die. Okay, that's too deep lore for me. I don't know what that is yet. Rogan Dorn was a real one for that. No talk, through hands and you better win. This is so cool. Yeah, the quote is really cool. They're coming, kill them all.
Are the spearhead of the Imperium's Great Crusade and also a major player in its warfare, there is a significant amount of importance that must be taken on their transport. What sci-fi universe would be complete without its navy? When you think of the navy or ships on the open sea, you think of something that is sleek, something mobile, and something pretty big. For perspective, the longest self-propelled ship in history was the TTC-Wise Giant, an oil tanker that was about 458 meters long or over about 1,500.
Ooh, 400 meter long? That's couple city blocks. Damn. Hi, Joker. 40k universe is definition of hero living long enough to become villains. It's one thing about who they're being with. First of all the system and the structure and the mindset and the god. None of them is teaching you to be loving and cute and take care of your dog energy. You know what I'm saying? They're getting influenced. Eventually, to survive, you have to become a villain or you have to abandon some moral. Almost half a kilometer. Yeah, imagine have to clean this. I hope they have some automatic robot to wipe the surface.
100 feet. This right here is child's play in the world of 40k ships. A ship that is considered to be an escort vessel in the Imperium is about 3 times the size of a Sea-Wise Giant, and the size of the ships only go up from there. Your most common ships are the cruisers. The light cruiser tends to average at about 2 kilometers long, or just over a mile in length, where the Dictator class cruisers can be over 3 kilometers or 2 miles in length. The largest ship...
They're like flying cities in the sky, in the galaxy. Wow! The only ones that get to keep a lot of their old life and humanities are the salamanders. I see. Okay. Nurgle teaches to love. He even has dog-behaving demons. Oh, Nurgle. Although I don't like how stinky he is, but he sounds like funny, loving. And he has a wife, although he just took her without consent and you do experiment, but you know he's a family man. The servitor will clean the ship. Yeah, what if we become a servitor? We get reincarnated, we become a servitor. Oh, horrible life.
Are your battleships, and they are tremendous. We're talking 5-mile long, half a mile high monstrosities that look like gigantic Gothic cathedrals and filled to the brim with weaponry. And not only are they filled with weapons, but they are also jam-packed with crewmen. Battleships tend to, on average, carry a crew between several thousand to several million, and they need every single one of those members because
several millions of people on one ship. I can't imagine that.
Don't have advanced technology for other things to pilot themselves or control themselves in a meaningful way.
Oh no, are this ship piloted by human, literally riding bike on them to generate electricity?
There's no AI. A lot of this stuff has to be done manually.
Oh,
Even the reloading of those giant batteries.
Another horrible way to exist in Warhammer system. Oh my. Oh.
Is a form of manual labor. And of course, generally speaking, gliding through the stars is a very slow way to do things. And let's be honest, there can't be a science fiction setting without some form of hyperspace travel. This form of travel in 40k is less like going to Plaid in Spaceballs and more like going into Davy Jones' zipper dimension in SpongeBob.
Oh, now what? I suppose you're gonna show me. Oh, gee, that's very nice. Oh, what is this? Some kind of magic act?
This is because it utilizes the immaterial warp.
Okay, so these are plasma generator, not paddle powered. Okay, little bit better, but oh, scared me. I was imagining thousands of people in there just paddling their way across the universe. That will be funny thing to see, isn't it? Takes hundreds of dudes to reload the guns. Wow. Don't worry, Tau have technology. The more you all tell me about Tau, the more hopeful I feel. The only okay thing sound like.
To do so. Warp travel is handled by a navigator, which is an abhuman. It's a mutated human, don't worry about it. And they have a gene that gives them a third eye and the ability to help steer the ship through the warp, which, as we know, is hell itself and unreality. Now, this might sound exceptionally dangerous, and that's because it is. Now, the ship does have protection in the form of a Geller field, though. Originally, I assumed the Geller field is what you think it is, a large force field stopping all manner of horrible things, like demons from the warp tearing apart your ship. How wrong I was, though. So space travel through the warp basically involves riding on the Sea of Souls. Hell is real and you can surf on it. So you allow the current to carry you and the navigator to direct. But how can a current of souls and unreality carry you when it doesn't obey the laws of physics, time, or, again, reality?
True? How? I cannot find the answer for that. I think even millions of people paddling it wouldn't generate enough energy to shoot the weapon. I don't know. Human can paddle pretty fast, no? Tau basically is a covenant from Halo. I don't know much about Halo lore, so I cannot just think I know what I'm talking about there. Ships are powered by nuclear fission engines. They are even have to be refueled by humans who are basically being sent to their deaths by doing such. Yeah, humans are just small tools in here. I like our Earth. I like our timeline.
What a Geller field is not a force field, but a comatose Imperial Psyker dreaming of reality. It is not a bubble. It is a force of reality being projected by mutant Sleeping Beauty to counteract the unreality of the warp that you can then surf on.
I don't understand what he just said. What?
This, of course, is not a foolproof method of travel, and Geller fields can and do collapse fairly regularly. Being subjected to the warp itself without this Geller field is a terrifying prospect. In the best case scenario, your ship will be torn to shreds. But there are countless instances of ships being thrown out of the warp randomly.
What does he mean project reality into non-reality? Use your imagination? Imagination. There's a guy sleeping who dream of reality in order to counter unreality they are traveling on right now. Okay, so that one will be the beacon to connect them to reality while they are in this unreal world. Okay, turns out every ship is just powered by professional biker. No, that's not the case. I think they did it to justify how little imperialism actually care about human life. Human life is just resource. Yeah, we got that from the beginning of the learning about Big E's vision. His vision is to make human great again, but every human is a resource, right? even his own son are just tools. Basically, the Galar field makes a warp into something human mind can comprehend. Okay, got it. If he fuck up, then GG. Got it.
Throughout time itself. You leave for a 2-day mission and you come back 90 years in the past. Maybe you feel like you're lost in the warp for a century and it's only been 45 minutes. And that is only if the waves of souls don't rip your ship apart or have demons arrive on it to do unspeakable things to the crew. The Imperial Navy is an astronomically powerful force for the Imperium because the sheer volume of ships and guns on those ships create firepower that can sunder planets. This is all juxtaposed with the sheer...
So they also have their own little Death Star laser. And the Necron also have their Death Star laser. For now, every faction we learned, they can all fight each other to a great degree. They all have very strong power force and quantity of their soldiers. Interesting. I wanna see them fight. You really have to see how orcs travel through the warp. How do orc travel the warp? Make human great again is MHGA. How do you pronounce MHGA? Haga. Anyway, make human great again. Imperial Navy, huge cannon, not Death Star laser. But they can also shatter a planet. So which one is better? Do the Imperial have better cannon or the Necron have stronger laser? Do we have a comparison?
Backwater nature of these ships. While they are manned by crews of zealots, they are also operated with such a backwater tech, it completely confuses the reader. You see the long batteries of portside cannons that the ship has, and remember that AI is heresy in this world, and that all the mechanics are utilized by lobotomized slaves.
Yes.
So how do they load these? Well, they have gun gangs, massive gangs of hundreds of people manually loading the
Necron hands down, each shell is hundreds of megaton explosive. You'll be like, Niners are not riding a paddle. Okay, what are this? Look like gigantic paddle to me, chat. What are those? How are they powering this gun?
Cannons. These are genuine gun loader gangs that get into gang wars and squabbles. On the ship's bridge, you may find the captain himself hardwired directly into the ship's chair permanently to control it the best they can. Giant screens of hololith data fill the room, and sensors across the ship are just as likely.
It's a gigantic human machine. Necron have stronger laser, but it's not even a contest. I see. Shattering usually not just situation bombing it flat. Okay, human will not shatter the planet, but bombing it flat. Okay, then it's different level of power. I can see Necron being much more stronger on their laser. They're basically giant pirate ship. Yep, they are. MHGA, make human great again.
Tell you information as a serf running up to you with a scroll of parchment is. You reach to a microphone to shout orders down a hallway as paper readouts tell you information.
Somehow they're having such complicated technology, but the way of establishing it or turning it on or to make it work is so traditional, like conventional. They still talk through a big mic, and this through interesting. Necron have Gauss cannons, basically will detomize you. So just we need some AI here. No AI, yeah, we just gotta have to make it work.
Of the enemy, and holy sigils and candlelit incense burners gleam your next move.
Yeah. The what? Wait, what is this word? The Imperial AB? The what? The Imperial AB? Is that the right word? They're very primitive, but very complicated. True. Imperial Navy? Oh yeah, that's... Okay, I really cannot read this font. Imperial Navy. I can't read. They can only do the thing they still have the instruction manual for. The time has lost for some pages. True.
Is not a specific faction of the Imperium. In the same.
Oh no, I missed it.
Is not a specific faction of the Imperium.
Shit, sorry. He said shit, sorry. I feel sorry too. Arkbermanda. Arkbermanda. Something like that. Arkbermanda. Imperial has bombed the borrower into a planet and explode and destabilize the core to make it go boom. Oh, never mind. Oh, this is so embarrassing. I just giving me a difficult time. Okay, my bad. Through the whole 4 hour, I just asking people to translate what are this font. Okay, it says never mind. Never mind.
In the same sense and format of this video, it is what shepherds around the entirety of its armed forces. Every Space Marine Primarch had a flagship, and every strike cruiser and battle barge has a story to tell. But if there is a single thing that the Shield of the Navy does the best, it is to help support and supply the monumental forces of the Imperium. The hammer of the Emperor himself, the uncountable men and women of the
Imperial Guard. Okay, I tried. I think I'm correct.
I don't care if these things have adapted to resist our las guns. If we can't kill them with our rifles, then we'll kill them with heavy bolters. And if we can't kill them with heavy weapons, we'll use grenades. And if grenades don't work, then we'll fight them with our swords and our knives and our bare hands. We'll drown them in our blood. That's what it means to be a soldier of the Imperial Guard. Now follow me. Charge!
You know what I see? I can see a lot of Space Marine people serving the Empire will be likable by Khorne because justified with their belief and they conquer and they take the skulls. I think maybe they're proud of their action. Imperial Guard.
There's no better symbol of the might of the Imperium itself than the Astra Militarum, or as it is commonly known, the Imperial Guard. Though the Space Marines take the glory and stand as the visual representation of the Imperium, their numbers are dramatically thin and specialized in comparison. To reclaim 1,000,000 worlds, you need a countless number of troops willing to fight and die for your cause. The Imperial Guard represents the Imperial truth made manifest. Every year, the worlds of the Imperium pay a tithe in the form of soldiers to fight the good fight of the Emperor. And this number is impossible to pin down. Even saying...
Also look at the tank. Feel like we also have similar tank. Really feel connected as a human here. Oh, yeah, rip and tear until it's done.
Billions would be a dramatic understatement. The sheer volume of soldiers serves as the fundamental backbone of the Imperium. 99.9% of battles fought by the Imperium are fought by the sundering might of the Imperial Guard. With the knowledge that the Space Marines are essentially sentient tanks, what do the members of the Imperial Guard have? If they're the might of the Emperor himself, are they not suited up in a similar way? No. Not really. No fancy suits, no biological enhancements, and basically no expectation to live. Once a regiment of guard are activated, they are sent directly into battle with almost no expectations that they will survive.
Wow, they're just human like you and me. That's surprising. They're so brave. They just have to believe. Think about it like this. If they're 100k Space Marine, then the guard have like 1 trillion. Wow.
This is because, despite their training, their incredibly powerful armor, and extremely strong weapons that would crush any army of the modern day, they are so hopelessly outmatched to the things they will face. Sending a member of the Guard is throwing a rock at a nuclear bomb. However, where they lack in advancement, they make up for in sheer...
They made up for in sheer quantity. Meat shield time. Yeah, literally meat shield.
Sheer numbers, and their overwhelming force can be the difference maker in any deployment they face. Quantity is a quality all...
Oh my, we are saying the word for we are saying the word for him. Oh.
Its own. If they do happen to survive, they will be sent to the next battle and so on. Seldom do members of the Astra Militarum get old or retire, and those that do are truly to be feared. There's an old saying that the average lifespan of a guardsman is about 15 hours from deployment, and considering the sheer number of guardsmen out there in any given battle, that number is probably accurate. When several million of your pool of guardsmen die within the first few hours of combat because the orcs threw a moon at you, it can really screw the numbers. The soldiers of the Guard are conscripted and trained on an incredible number of worlds in the Imperium, and these worlds can impact their training and their combat style directly.
Question: can only man become this soldier, or gender doesn't matter? Because I see them as needing in great population. Maybe they just recruit everything they can at this point. If there's a meat shield, even a baby chick can beat a human when there's millions of them. True. There were women in the picture, right? Women have to pump out babies. No, but women can also be a meat shield. It doesn't matter as long as you are there. Gender doesn't matter. Believe when it comes to faction, it's just regular ass people. This is kind of sad. I can see them just melt on the battleground. Women can do more than man making. Women exist in the Guard, but there's them in the Guard. Long term, it's better to keep women home. Got it. At the beginning of the stream, I was worried that we need to give the Empire 1000 cycle every day. I was like, that's a lot of human. And then I realized we are on a universe that have millions of planets that have human. At the same time, they're all making babies. At the same time, we have millions of humans out here fighting a war and getting crushed as ants. I don't think I should worry for the Empire. He will get his cycle. More than enough for him. Guard Commander in Space Marine 1 and 2 were women. Aha!
The most famous visually are the Cadian shock troops.
Why crying?
But other notable Guard factions include the gas mask clad Death Corps of Krieg, the Rambo level of Catachan jungle fighters, and the iron-wheeled Mordian Iron Guard. This also helps
that's a lady.
them specialize against individual types of enemies. The Indigan
I feel like their story must be really sad.
Prefects are a special Guard regiment that came from a planet whose planetary governor, the leader of the planet, thought it was fun to collect exotic animals, which then crossbreed and then became the giant freight train-sized monsters destroying the planet. So the Indigan Prefects are specialized for big monsters.
Aha!
Hello, Tyranids.
Ooh!
Are specialized for big monsters.
That's very big. That's a big, scary scorpion demon thing. Oh, also Kadia stand. The planet broke before the Guard did. Wow. Planet Kadia is a prime source of reliable troops, which is completely destroyed. No one ever explained this.
Hello, Tyranids. One particularly interesting officer in the Guard is the enforcement officer known as the
More skull. I like the skull design. Yeah, it's over the human. If we really view everything from Empire's worldview, every human is a resource and a tool. It would be more efficient and more value for that little baby to grow up and actually be a soldier and actually fight and have more potential of maybe the baby can become a space marine, right? Rather than use the thing as a weapon in this universe.
And they are one of the more visually striking members of a regiment. These are specialized Imperial officers and act as morale officers. But instead of singing songs to the troops and providing hot meals, the commissars are there to make sure that the members of the regiment continue to fight to the bitter end. If a soldier does not meet the standards of the commissar, the solution is simple. There are trillions of other soldiers out there. We don't really need you. Combat fatigue? Headshot. Concerns about the conflict? Headshot. Fleeing the battlefield? You bet that's a head.
Horrible system to be in again.
Headshot. Considering that these officers tend to be outside of their regiment, feelings on them can be mixed. And in fairness, certain commissars, like the esteemed Ibram Gaunt or Caiaphas Kane, tend to do a bit better with the whole people talking part.
I don't know. Seems like everyone is surviving in fear and pressure. And that's the only rule. You have to obey. Oh man. One Space Marine worth more than 10k Guardsman mentality. They're so cool.
Because if, say, you were trying to tell a beefed-up Catachan jungle fighter what to do, you might take a mysterious leave of absence inside a carnivorous plant. But no matter what I say, I don't think I can truly convey the sheer might of the Imperial Guard, so I'm gonna get a visual aid. Let's take a look at this image.
I have to be real. I think they have the strongest mental because they're so weak and they're going on hardcore battlefield with everything. With tiny, teeny human body, they have to have a strong mental.
Right here, right? This is the cover of the 9th edition Codex for the Astra Militarum. The official cover art. Your eyes may be drawn to the dark and brutal looks of some of the main members on the front and the gigantic orc they are attacking. But zoom out a little bit. There is no floor. There is only people. And behind
what do you mean no floor?
Those people are tanks. And behind those tanks are flying artillery shells. There are 2 enormous transport ships in the sky, and their ramps are down, and on their ramps are more people. The Imperium is described as having 1,000,000 worlds. 1,000,000 worlds.
That's crazy. We're just dumping human down there to fight this war.
And each one of them gives soldiers to the Imperial Guard for the tithe. On a given battlefield, in a given fight, foot soldiers number in the millions, tanks in the tens of thousands, and you have enough artillery to turn the night sky day. You have walkers and APCs and aircraft and horse cavalry and tanks the size of apartment buildings. You have drop troops and spec ops and rattling snipers and gigantic ogres that can't count to 4, but they can turn you into 4 pieces, and it just doesn't end.
Doesn't end, and you just have to keep going forward.
Humanity is a horde army, but instead of a horde of bugs or rampaging orcs, it's a living wall of guns.
Oh my.
At the end of the day, though he's been ferried through hell on a ship that's 10,000 years old to some god-forsaken war-torn rock, though he deployed from high orbit with nothing but a grav chute, though he is one of 10 million men and women snatched from his homeworld to fight a war he barely understands, though he has been given a weapon that fires small suns and may annihilate him as he fires because the knowledge of how it functions has been lost, though his company is supported by tractor tanks that run on anything you can burn, though he wages war against the devouring hive mind, ravenous demons and hordes of hyper-advanced aliens with strange technologies and sorceries he never dreamed existed. No one will remember his sacrifice. There will be no records of his deeds, no glorious parades in his honor, and no remembrance of his name. All he will earn is a shallow, unmarked grave on a forgotten world untold light years from home.
That's so real and so sad. I feel like I connected more because these are human. But think about it from the other perspective. For the orcs, for the the demon, they also fight, send out millions of their species, right? They also do the same, but they just don't write it out as language like this. Maybe don't have the similar emotions as human. I don't know. It just makes you feel very honored to read this dialogues. So it's basically meat floor. So many people.
For all this thankless sacrifice, a guardsman is a man, just like you. He has no millennia-old genetic engineering, no prophetic leader, no miracles of faith. He has his lasgun, his orders, and those beside him. He is the Imperial Guard, and he will hold the line. In the end, the Astra Militarum, despite fighting for the honor of the Imperium, are their own form of a massive horde army where individuality does not matter. They are merely numbers to the Imperium, and the vast majority of the conflicts they are sent to are attrition-based battles that gain virtually no ground while countless millions die. Yet this makes them the most human. For the Imperial Guard contains normal people who are happy and sad, people who laugh and love.
And people have emotions, people who's not transformed to have 2 lungs, or breathing in toxic air, or eat a brain to gain memory of the other person, you know? They're like you and me. That's why I feel bad and I feel sad. And well, earlier talking about the god and talking about all that, I was okay, that's pure and fun because those are so high in there, right? This make me actually feel sad. But this is what it means to be a human in imperialism. You are like expendable, do the job. Oh, heresy, sorry. Also, Warhammer is just dictatorship in space. If Astra Militarum doesn't fight, Imperial lose every planet and every war easily. Is the most important group for the imperialism. Yeah, they need to be honored more, sound like.
And in there are stories, because there is strength in facing the horrors of the universe head on with nothing but a rifle in your hands and a prayer on your lips.
Yeah.
Armed with an innumerable amount of Imperial soldiers and Space Marines, the Navy begins its great crusade into the stars to rescue the stranded Primarchs and reunite them to their legions. But the biggest question needed to be asked was, what would they find? The age of strife lasted for thousands of years. If a civilization was still alive out there in the galaxy, what would they be like? The technological advancements of humanity prior to and during the Dark Age technology was unfathomable. It allowed them to spread through the galaxy with ease and allowed them to settle once inhospitable planets. These branches of humanity were provided with the vast knowledge of human creations and were given gigantic machines to make arduous labor and ease. The spreading of these massive colony ships was known as the...
I have one question, Chatty. Did Bricky talk about how did human or the people on Mars get those technology? They just found it? But who created it in the first place before they found it? Like all the human created those technology and now human just rediscovering it? Oh, so it's still human made them and then got lost over time and then we rediscovering it. Okay, got it.
Long march, and these ships will be
Human from before the AI revolution. We advanced so far enough to create those technology and we lost it until Empire. He made the human race great again.
retrofitted into settlements upon arrival to their new homes. Accompanying them were the gigantic pieces of farm equipment that served multiple purposes and the specialized pilots that could maintain them. They were not only able to tend the fields and do labor, but when interstellar communication was cut off, they also did a great job of protecting the colonists against both threats demonic and alien. Because of the significance of these machines, those that could pilot them were powerful enough to be considered leaders, and the upkeep and preservation of the machines and the lineage of those who could pilot them was imperative. These machines, over the thousands of years, would eventually be known as the...
The Imperial Knights. Another new thing. The Slanesh, they canceled the technology at one point, right? They cut off communication between the planets and they erased the Eldar. Oh, okay, I remember. Also, we reached our peak, but it's not much as Necron level technology, and then AI revolution happened, and then we lost a lot. It's not most of it. Everything just happens simultaneously. Alright. Okay, now I'm getting it.
He must be humble of heart, strong of arm, be savage in war, loyal to hearth, and follow deeds of glory. He must keep honor with all, banish cowardice from his doings, and bring his house no shame. He must serve the emperor and defend the Imperium, thus should a knight rule himself. The age of strife caused these colonized worlds to be cut off from the Imperium, and the reversion of these worlds resulted in the reverence for this farm equipment turned feudal, and the leadership that controlled the devices became viewed as a noble hierarchy. During the age of strife, exploratory fleets from Mars found plenty of these worlds, and it seemed the majority of them
I'm learning.
Reverted to a similar state. Like King Arthur seeing Merlin himself, these feudal worlds welcomed the tech priests of Mars with open arms. The mutual relationship between the Admech and the nobility was beneficial. The Admech were able to secure more worlds for mining resources and potentially long-lost STC information, and the noble houses were provided with technological know-how and modifications from the Admech themselves. The suits became more and more specialized, and their history as mere pieces of equipment were lost to time. What was once a tractor became a killdozer, and the Imperial Knights were born. Unlike
Imperial
other
Knights,
military...
they're like gigantic mech drivers. Chat, do some stretch too. We've been sitting here 5 hours. Stretches. This is really show how advanced humanity was. If knights were just used as farming equipment, yeah, we were at peak. We had our prime until the goddamn freaking... elf fuck everything up. Now I hate them even more. The Eldar.
aspects in the Imperium, the nobility of the Knight houses remains just that, a nobility-focused feudal hierarchy that swears fealty to either the
Wait, this Knight is basically an old farming machine and they turned it into a fighting mech.
Mechanicum or to Terra. Like the knights in our history, once they swear fealty, they can be called to aid their respective allegiance in the heat of battle. The ones that swear fealty to Terra are led by the High Monarch, while the ones with the Mechanicum are led by the Princeps. The ones with Terra might be sent directly to the front line of war, while the ones with the Mechanicum tend to be sent to protect the Forge world. And the Herald
They're fighting each other? I'm so confused. What is fighting each other?
front line of war, while the
Right
ones
here.
with the Mechanicum tend to be sent to
Are those both are knights? Chaos and normal. Oh, both are knights.
protect the Forge world. And the heraldry of these houses is what you'd expect from a generic history of knights. Houses pledging allegiances here and there, your run-of-the-mill War of the Roses aesthetic. Except instead of
see.
ponies, you have gigantic death machines. These knights can't seem to be piloted by any old person, however. A member of the nobility of any given knight house must go through the ritual of becoming. This ritual involves them
Becoming.
sitting on the device used to
Do they get transformed as well?
control the knight, known as the Throne Mechanicum, for a full knight. What's wrong with that? I mean, sitting
Do
in
they
the
connect to the chair? Are they part of this forever? I'm worried. Because I know how this world goes. I'm worried.
chair for a full evening sounds pretty great right about now. So, a pilot cannot drive a knight. They can, but it moves about as effective as Ripley from Aliens 2, big, lifter thing. It is, in a sense, a beast that must be controlled, and a pilot must merge with it. The mind of the
no, they're gonna connect their brain and everything to the mic.
noble is connected to the machine, and
Oh no!
must fight with the mental signatures and personalities of the prior pilots as well.
Once you become a mic, you are forever a mic then.
Everything a knight experiences in battle is felt by the pilot themselves, be it the general movement in the battlefield or damage sustained by the machine itself. If a knight's leg is blown off in battle, the pilot could experience a broken bone in the same spot. The merging to the machine forever changes the mentality of the noble that experiences it. This connection reinforces a strong degree of nobility and honor in the
Why the background picture is the Asian lady on that fancy gaming chair? Yeah, this is definitely very connected to the Warhammer Knight series. But damn, that's a good chair, isn't it? Recently, I've been looking at those gaming setups more. Some of those, I'm sold on this kind of arm that can put my monitor every angle I want. I really want to get one of those arms. It's like VR, but SAO edition, I see that. Oh, they connect to the chair, but Knight Pilot can disconnect. Okay, Titan Pilot do become permanently connect after a while.
pilot, and a desire to fight for the glory of their house until the bitter end, as their ancestors' minds are linked.
This is anime version of Warhammer.
Directly to the knight. The size of these knights can vary, but generally speaking, they stand in the ballpark of 30 to 50 feet tall and are protected by a thick adamantium armor. Beyond that, they have their own unique ion shield generators that give them added protection. And when it comes to their looks, the most common pattern across the Imperium is the Questoris pattern, and is honestly the one you're probably thinking about right now.
Love
But there
that
are
symbol.
also smaller versions like Armigers and bigger ones known as the Dominus. As for a loadout, these guys are essentially a violent Mr. Potato Head. Battle cannons, Gatling cannons, heavy flamers, thermal cannons. Up close and personal, how about a gigantic chainsword or a straight up gauntlet? And for that empty spot up top, screw it. More autocannons. Maybe add some missiles. Whatever you
That's
can
so
do
fun.
to make it as over the top as possible, you gotta do it. A squire serves a knight serves a lord.
If you ever watch Fallout and they have Brotherhood, and the Brotherhood, their squire serves the knight, and the knight also serves. Somehow looks and sounds so similar. Maybe Fallout is inspired this part from the Warhammer. Anime version of Warhammer are called the Tau. We will wait. Soon Tau will be here. Maybe not this episode.
A lord serves a baron, and a baron serves a monarch. So who does the monarch serve? He serves every subject, from the rudest serf to the members of the court. Chivalric fealty, when ideally practiced, is not a pyramid,
Oh, so it's also the medieval ranking, so it's not... Okay, got it. Goes far back then. It's not referencing between game, but referencing to medieval time.
The circle. Ironically, on the surface, night worlds themselves are one of the least grim dark settings in the galaxy. Reverting to an ancient time with knights and peasants is almost an escapism from the techno hell of the modern Imperium. But this, of course, doesn't make it great for everyone. It sounds fun on paper to play a game of knights, but it's not so fun when you're the peasant of that world. For the knights themselves, the knights give their entire lives to the throne Mechanicum, and their reality is not their own, as they have to hear the voices of thousands of generations of their ancestors controlling their actions and their lives for as long as they live.
It's just be mentally destructive. You just hear a lot of people screaming in your mic.
Strange dichotomy. When it comes to Warhammer, most to all jobs tend to be terrible. However, if there was one that could be considered enjoyable, it would be the pilot of a knight, or a princeps of their larger cousins. While it does contain an egregious amount of hardship to be a knight pilot, you do enjoy a wealth of privilege. A knight pilot is often an asshole who can back it up. The rich noble that, despite his braggadocious behavior, is still very much him, and he will continue to be him. But knights are not the only thing that the Imperium found lost in the stars during their Great Crusade. Due to the circumstances of the Age of Strife, humans were changing and adapting to their new homes they were now isolated on. Some of these humans evolved...
They mutated. Oh, do we get more arms? You like the quote? Yeah, he really picks the best quote. Earlier, my quote so far favorite is, when it comes to Space Marines, they say, we kill? Is there to kill? Or something? Maybe I can rewind it later, but it was really good. Give me goosebumps. Oh, they're coming, kill them all. Yes, that's the one. So epic.
over thousands of years to adapt to these areas. And they were...
Do they turn to cat girls?
Known as abhumans. Many abhumans found their way into the Imperial Guard or other lesser positions in the Imperium if they were not wiped out immediately for being too different from their human counterparts. But their abilities and appearance vary from planet to planet, and one particular group of abhumans have made quite a name for themselves in the center of the galaxy.
The League of Votann, aka the King. Ah, cat people, but they're furries. Votann.
The origins of what will be known as the Kin start at some point during the Dark Age technology, where their ancestors left a planet that is very much Terra and went to the galactic core to mine it of its resources. They brought along with them
Space Dwarf.
Everything that they would need for a long-term stay.
They mine the core. Hey, rock. They got out the rock.
Important of which were the incredible AI-based supercomputers, be it guidance, technical or philosophical, schematics, or the ability to upload the memories of a deceased explorer to gather information from them. These computers became an essential
Rock and stone in Warhammer. They're villain cat people, but they're furries. They're not like the anime cat girl. Okay, so they're more realistic looking maybe.
part of their everyday life, especially considering that the galactic core is one of the most inhospitable places in the galaxy. It is an exceptionally star-dense location, full of abnormalities, black holes, and sentient hostile nebula. Whatever that last part means, it is not a safe and easy place to make a living, and this only got worse thanks to the warp storms during the Age of Strife. In order to adapt to this area, these travelers perfected a genetic makeup that made their future clones to be more adept to the area. These future clones would be shorter and more robust than their ancestors, and the need to procreate would be unnecessary because why risk messing up a good employee when you can just make a new one?
Wait, what do you mean? So they don't make babies anymore? What do you mean you can just make a new one? No organic breeding? Are they born from machine in here? Short kings?
These would be known as the squats, and they would all die, except for when they didn't. And now, they are known by a different name. Most void-faring races have at least one cautionary tale of foolish explorers vanishing amidst its blazing stellar nurseries and strange anomalies. Yet for the leagues of Votann, the galactic core has been home now for millennia. These squat humanoids would begin to establish themselves in the core, and their goal—
They would clone themselves? Ooh. Then everyone will know everyone already. Imagine I have to be a friend with you for thousands of years, and even after you die, you just clone a new one. I'd be like, man, Gordy, you're back. That's it. Okay. They have memories of themselves then. Okay. That's good. Oh, they don't have the old memory. Okay.
Will be the same as their ancestors. Rock and stone! But
Rock and
actually
stone.
kinda, yeah. Whenever one of them would die, they would know that sucker would need to be uploaded to the machines like their forefathers did. But the original purpose of these machines was lost to time. What was once a technical resource for them turned into a ritual known as joining the ancestors. And the fact that they were clones at this point meant that the same copy of the same individual would be uploaded countlessly. The sheer overuse of these computers and the repeated uploading of redundant data has turned these once powerful supercomputers into your parents' computer after you install LimeWire on it, and whose 50 Google Chrome tabs definitely contain information they will return to one day. So much corruption that these computers began to develop the makings of a personality of their own. These would be known as the Votann, and the kin, this dwarf-like abhuman of humanity, would revere them. The Votann still operate to this day, but the volume of corruption have made anything outside of their very basic functions highly unpredictable. They may not answer a question for centuries at a time, and if they do provide an answer or data, it has become so corrupted and so incongruent that it
So these Votann are also old human technology, and they're so slow. No smacks, only no snoo, only clone. Clone modified for their task, engineer, psyker, and warrior. This is a very really important entity, the Votann. Oh, and because those are the AI. Ooh, isn't this heretic then? Wouldn't the Empire not liking this? They don't like the AI. It's still running Windows 98. Exactly.
takes a literal kin wizard to comprehend it. The kin, much like the dwarves of fantasy, exists nowadays as a mercantile species that constantly work to mine and manufacture. However, their capitalistic desires are dangerous. The biggest crimes a kin can face are being lazy, unproductive, and breaking a contract. Stellar conflicts have broken out over hundreds of years due to the breaking of a deal. So if you sign a contract with a kin, you best stick to it. Because of this, the kin have been known to interact with other species in a fairly common manner. This includes humanity, who have met various members of the kin multiple times, but constantly consider them to be all a different species. Famously,
I see. So even king is human, they are not under the empire. So it is heretic, but Wotan aren't part of the imperialism. Okay, got it. So it's AI and it's very big no-no. And the PC has been running for 15,000 years. If you don't tell them how would the Imperial, it's really hard to pronounce Imperium to know it's AI. I mean, it sounds like the Empire don't even want them. So they're like an outlier.
the Imperium know that the kin they referred to as the Squats were their own species and were wiped out by the Tyranids. Little did they know, they were still around. The kin are acutely aware of two things. The first is that the humans of the Imperium are deeply terrified of technology. So the sheer existence of the Votann is a secret as well as the truth. This extends also to the Iron Kin, sentient robots that are treated in the same esteem of flesh and blood kin because kin is kin. The second thing they are aware of is where they're from. They are fairly confident that they are from Terra, and they know that if this secret was to be known by the Imperium, that the Imperium might want to take ownership of them and everything they've built. So the more alien they are, the better. Now this sounds
Maybe they can transform themselves to look more alien. This will be neural in the future. I can see that. Just tell them you stuff Steve in the machine and and they lost contact with Imperial of Humanity, so kind of like third faction of humans.
And good, right? What could possibly be wrong with these guys besides the hyper late stage space capitalism? Well, we have to go back to their creation. The kin are an entirely clone-based race made from the computers that are exceptionally difficult to recreate. These machines, the Votann, are becoming more and more unpredictable and derelict. If anything were to happen to these machines, it would be a twofold ending of the kin. New kin cannot be reproduced, reducing their numbers, and the existing kin would have no further purpose because the end that awaits them would be non-existent. The horror of the kin civilization is that the entire purpose of their lives is to do the best they can at their duty and upload all they know to the Votann, their ancestor cores, join their ancestors. But doing so is actually the thing.
So they live in the cloud with their AI Votann. Okay. And that's how Votann makes a decision whenever it's responding. Anything that deviates too far from humanity, the Imperial will try and wipe them out as Xynos. Oh, just wipe it, not even try to study, no chance at all. They're also hidden in planets, so they're very focused on the materials. Yeah, the rock and stone.
That is killing these supercomputers in the first place. The ancestors were dead, but through the first truths their legacy continued. And though their eyes had shut long ago, indeed the ancestors were watching, not with a gaze from eons gone, but with the eyes of every living kin. Each generation was the embodiment of the ancestors cast anew by the Votann. The galaxy changed. Stars died, planets were destroyed, and civilizations fell. But as long as the Votann endured, the ancestors still lived. I do want to end.
So they found a way to reach immortalize with Votann, with clone. More like Votann was born from millions of clones uploading themselves. Yeah, they're a joint conscious, but they're in a slow self-destructive cycle. Why? Why though? Because Votann replies slowly, but it's still their ancestor? Or because it's slowly breaking down, the Votann is slowly breaking down. True.
This last bit with an enjoyable quote from one Kim. As you may have assumed, the Leagues of Votann are space dwarves with a corporate sci-fi motif, but they are still very much dwarves. They're squat, they're strong as hell, and they hold serious grudges. This time it's just more about your contracts than anything else. And so because of this, they might treat most things about how you would expect a capitalistic dwarf would treat things. You misunderstand, human. I am not here to debate. I am not here to compromise. What you see as yours, I am taking for my kindred. You want to bargain? Torek, unholster our means of negotiation. As the
small business dwarf people. Kind of cute, no? The Votann is the PC that becomes sentient-ish from the amount of data it's uploading to it, but too much data is not needed. Oh, corporal dwarf.
Great Crusade continued. Humanity would find their missing Primarchs, reestablish the locations of all of their various worlds, and finally reclaim what the Emperor was always hoping for. But eventually, all the Emperor sought to build would be his undoing. His original attempt to have all of the Primarchs lead his great armies and usher humanity into the better ages would end up crumbling down. And we will
really? I had hope.
Learn about how the Imperium backslides and the horror of the modern day of 40k in part 2. I will see you very soon. Thank you so much for watching.
Nice watch! Nice watch! Nice watch!